Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. This is the February 11th, 2021 meeting of the Gainesville City Commission General Policy Committee. We're glad that you're with us. We've got some great items on the agenda today to discuss. I do want to talk a little bit about agenda management. So for the Mayors for Guaranteed Income item, we actually have some folks joining us on the call. One from Mayors for Guaranteed Income that's in California that has been kind enough to join us for any questions, and as well as some folks from Community Spring. And so I'd like to take that item up before the gender neutral item. And then also, we have the chair of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee here now to deliver the report. And I believe, Madam Clerk, that is the only advisory board update we have today. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so maybe we take the Parks and Rec update first, just so Bill can go on about his business and not wait for 5 hours. It'll be relatively short. I know Bill, and he's a very pithy individual. And then take up the MGI item, which I do not expect to last more than, say, 30 to 45 minutes, maybe as much as an hour. And then we'll have plenty of time for the gender neutral item. So with that, I will recognize Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that we adopt the regular agenda with placing the advisory board item first, then followed by Mayors for Guaranteed Income, and then gender neutral, and then city lighting policy.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco to adopt the agenda, rearranging, we'll still do minutes first, advisory board update second, Mayors for Guaranteed Income third, gender neutrality fourth, and then the final item. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I was hoping that we can listen to the city lighting policy after the Mayors for a guaranteed income, and the reason why we've been asking for this information for forever. I just recently asked for this in the Digital Access Committee. This is extremely important for our safety that I want to just really have a robust conversation about. And I know we have some presentations with GPD. So I'm really wanting to hear that because we have asked for this information for a while now, and I'm really interested with AMI and everything going on. I would like to have a robust conversation. Maybe after, and I don't know. I know we have a lot of comments. We're going to be having a long conversation on the gender neutral topic. Maybe it would be best if we have a time certain for this conversation, so everyone could be able to take part in the conversation. So that's just how I'm feeling about it.
Yeah, and I hear you, and I'm excited about that item as well. I feel like we are going to have time for all of them. I also know with gender neutrality, there's a lot of folks that want to speak and want to call in, so I don't necessarily want to push them to the end of the agenda if they're going to wait around the whole time. But I do feel good about the fact that we'll get to all those items today.
Well, not only that, that's not my only concern. I think it needs to be where we have a time certain so everyone will have an opportunity to chime in on this conversation. Maybe we can put
On
it
the
out.
lighting, you mean?
Huh?
On the lighting
No,
item?
on the gender neutral.
Okay,
Could
yeah,
I
I
just-
think we could do, I mean, I think we could realistically make that 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's
So we're gonna
realistic.
be able to listen to the smart cities as well today. We're gonna get through this today.
I believe we can, yeah. A lot of that's up to us, but I believe we can.
So what time are we leaving today?
I would surely like to be out before 6, but 5 is always the target.
Okay. Thank you. If we can get to this no later than 6, that's fine.
Yeah, I think we can. I do. I've been wrong before, but that's certainly my goal. So you okay with time certain at 2 o'clock?
That's fine.
Okay, so Mr. Feldman?
I just wanted to make sure we're prepared on the lighting discussion. We're planning on talking about today is basically foot candles on the pavement. I don't have the staff here, but I can get them here if we're supposed to be talking about smart city light sensor technology.
I would try to get them available They have a few hours, but I think there probably will be some questions about that, Mr. Feldman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Glad you chimed in. Okay, any members of the public wish to speak to the comment to adopt the agenda? Not for any items on the agenda yet, but go ahead, Adam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commission. We have nobody on the lines right now. The floor is yours.
Okay, anybody here? All right, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons,
What are we voting on?
Adoption of the agenda.
In the time, in the time for 2 o'clock?
Yeah, reordering it in 2 o'clock
Okay.
for the gender neutrality.
Okay, aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Pope?
Aye. Commissioner Johnson, did you vote?
Aye.
Okay, I didn't know if you did or not. Okay, very good. So that motion passes unanimously with Ward and Ariola absent. And Commissioner Ward, we do expect her any moment. He said he'd be about 10 minutes late, so he will be joining us at any moment. Next item is approval of our minutes from the October 22nd and January 28th meeting. Any additions, corrections, or is there a motion to approve both sets of minutes?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Simmons to approve the 2 sets of minutes. Adam, anybody from the public wish to speak to the motion?
No, Mr. Mayor, we have nobody at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, anybody in the chamber? Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco? Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Pope?
Aye, that motion passes, and we need to recess this meeting. And we can reconvene. Okay, it's okay. When Commissioner Ward gets here, we'll have a little more flexibility. Madam Clerk, next item.
Okay, our first item is the advisory board and committee report for the Parks Recreation Board.
All right. Welcome, sir. Thanks for joining us today. Thanks for being at the ready to deliver your report to the commission.
Thank you. Somewhere there's slides.
They'll pull up, they'll pull up the presentation for you.
Okay.
Why don't you introduce yourself to everybody while they're doing that?
My name is Bill Berger, and I am the chair of the Public Relation and Park Board. I have been with the organization probably for 5 years, and it has been a real joy to be a part of what goes on in our parks and so forth. It has been a difficult year, as everybody knows, and so next slide, please. The question posed to us is, what do we see, what does our board see as our role? And we are an advisory board. We're an advisory board to our staff. We're an advisory board to the city commission. And at the point that we remind ourselves continually, we are not managers. We have staff for that, and we offer guidance and thoughts into that process, and so we are not managers in that regard. Next slide, please. What are the three, the things that we have been doing in the last 18 months? We have had a lot of activity in renaming parks or naming parks, and that's one of our roles. We have a written policy on that requires a petition, at the next meeting, opportunity for citizens' input, and finally we vote. And you can see the ones, and then we offer those to you and make a recommendation that they be adopted. I'm happy to report that as of last night at our meeting, we'll be sending you a renaming of the Kiwanis Community Building at Oakview Park. And there's a long history with that, but we feel that's a very important step as the Kiwanis paid for that and built that facility. And it will become a good use for our community. We have also took our members on a tour as best we could, and that was before COVID set in, and we are working on a process of doing tours again because of the fact of so much activity with wild spaces and public places, our parks have changed a little. So we also have 6 brand-new members out of our 9-member commission, and it is important that we see what is going on out there. I have to get my bifocals down here. We annually give an award to a volunteer who has worked within the system, but we're bypassing this year because our programming has been very, we just haven't had an opportunity to get together and to do that. We also develop an annual work plan, and that is a work in progress as of this point. The award we give is the Ray Massey Citizens Volunteer Award, and we gave one in March before everything closed up, and so we are deferring on that for another year. What are we working on right now? Well, I mentioned the Oakview Park building. We finished that last night. We are and I want to commend the movement of the Wild Spaces Public Places program within the purview of the park area, because that gives us an opportunity to have input and advise to the Wild Spaces Public Places within our structure. And I think that's very important on the fact that in 2012, we had a 20-year master plan that was developed, and things have changed, and we have now added, we will be working with staff on a review of that master plan. The best example is, whoever heard of pickleball 8 years ago? And right now, if you go out to Northwest Park, it's a major area. Then in the area, the 4th questions you pose to us are, what could the city commission do to better serve our neighbors? Well, we recommend, and a lot of you are very good at this, but showing up at presentations and park-related events, that's important, and we appreciate your efforts there. That we also ensure the commission and placement of parks and upgrades are consistently acknowledged and funded so all areas of the Gainesville benefit from enhancement. And based on the statistics that we have from Wild Spaces, our work in the parks the last 4 years have been consistently spread throughout the city and benefited our entire community. And we will continue to work with that and offer that to you. Then an area we requested an annual review of park staffing requirements and new programs. What we're suggesting there is, our parks have changed in the last 3 years. Look at Depot Park. Look at some of the other parks that are being developed. And we need to make sure that with these new enhancements and programs possibly going on, that we are adequately staffed and we continue to maintain those in the manner in which they have just been completed or in progress. And so we urge you to be a part of that and make sure that we've got the funding to keep them up, because nothing is worse than a dirty park or overflowing garbage and those kind of things. And what do you need to know about our board? We are here to offer our services as an advisory committee, and we will continue to do that. Recreation is changing in our community. In the last 8 months, we've had 2 presentations. For example, one is an adult soccer league. They currently were meeting out at Forest Park, which the county, our city acquired on an exchange, and that was not in Wild Spaces, and so we're trying to work and urge consideration to enhance that. But an adult soccer league is very important, and there are a lot of interest in that. At our last Zoom meeting, we had a presentation by, and I never get this right, but they call them the Rebel Rollers. And it is primarily a women's roller derby group. And once the county, our county fairgrounds, they lost their site. And so this is a little past us in the site, but our staff is working with them to allow them to practice at MLK Center. It's interesting, they have a national policy on their board that they cannot have meets or whatever until there is a certain clearance with the COVID issue. But this is a very viable group, and they belong to a league, and other cities bring their teams in here. So we need to be aware of those kinds of requests, and as our parks continue to be used, and take advantage of that. And I think we're very responsive to what's going on within these areas. But that's just, I think, an example that it's long past the swings and teeter-totter type of thing of what goes within the park. We're very appreciative of everything and your support. And as I walk away, I can't help but pay some tribute to Steve Phillips, who's been our park director and will be retiring, I understand, as of the end of February. He has supported us. He's been great for our city, and I personally have enjoyed working with him and the other staff members. And Mr. Chair, that is my report.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Berger. On behalf of the commission, please thank your entire board for all of their hard work. It's, volunteer, it's unpaid, but you do tremendous work and have really served the community well by all of your efforts. So we thank you for that. Commissioner Simmons?
And Mr. Berg, I just want to say thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do, as well as the staff. And I know we just had a short period of time, and you didn't even put a dent in what all you guys do. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. And without objection, we'll forward all the board's recommendations to management to assess and then bring back to the commission as appropriate. For example, the staggering of terms and things like that. So we'll get that in the process.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming down and spending some time with us today. And Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and move on to our next item.
All right, our next item is Mayors for Guaranteed Income.
Okay, thank you. While the presentation is being pulled up, let me introduce a few folks to you. First of all, we've got, Fiona McLeod. Fiona is interning with me specifically on this project. We've also got Lindsay Coleman, and I'm not sure if we have Max as well. Is Max with us? Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, Lindsay and Max are both with Community Spring. I think most of you are familiar with them, and they're partnering on this project. And then we also have Cameron from Mayors for Guaranteed Income. Cameron Burns, I think. I've always just called him Cameron. But he's joining us from Mayors for Guaranteed Income out in California, and is really here to answer any questions that we might have about the larger organization and project. So with that, if we could pull up the presentation. Are you going to do that, Fiona? Or are we gonna
yes,
do
sir,
that?
I can.
Okay.
Do I have host status? Yes, I do.
All right. Okay, so we're going to just start out very broadly, and Fiona is going to sort of share some background and perspective on what a universal basic income and a guaranteed income are, and sort of similarities and differences. And then I will talk specifically about Mayors for Guaranteed Income and my participation with that organization and what our goals are. And then Lindsay is going to talk more specifically about Community Spring, what they have done up to this point, and also how they are hoping to partner with this. And then we have our asks or recommendations at the end, and of course we'll answer any questions. So with that, Fiona, go ahead and take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Poe. Good afternoon, everyone, city commissioners. Thank you for listening to our presentation today on a guaranteed basic income. But before we get into that, we do need to discuss what a universal basic income is. While the idea resurfaced in the 2020 presidential election with candidate Andrew Yang, universal basic income has actually been debated for many decades now. A UBI is a periodic cash payment to all citizens in order to provide a standard of living well above the poverty line. Throughout the centuries, there have been many well-known supporters of a universal basic income, including but not limited to Thomas Paine, Senator McGovern, President Nixon, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. All right, now how does a UBI work? So a universal basic income is awarded to everyone in a population regardless of their income bracket. Now this payment is not enough to replace their existing income and thus will not deter employment, nor will it reduce the population of those already employed. A universal basic income will also improve the quality of life for all of its recipients. Now, guaranteed income is a separate concept with all of the same benefits. It is awarded to only a vulnerable population within a society. For example, single mothers and fathers, impoverished communities, or citizens re-entering society after incarceration. Now, because of guaranteed income's target populations, it has been found to improve financial and cultural equity within these communities. There are currently several basic income programs around the world, and there are a few to note. In Western Europe, there is a program called the Child Allowance, which is a roughly $1,200 payment made once a month from birth or adoption until a child's graduation. Now, this program has two main goals. The first is to keep children in school, and to do this, the payment is contingent upon a child's persistent attendance in the school system. And the second is to reduce childhood poverty. In fact, between 1990 and 2009, the child allowance proved to reduce childhood poverty by 15%. Now, closer to home, Alaska has the permanent fund dividend. This is a $1,000 to $2,500 payment made once a year in September to every man, woman, and child residing in the state. Now, this dividend is funded through oil revenue. So depending on how oil does in that year, the payment may fluctuate. But we've seen tremendous success in this program. From 1982 to 2016, the permanent fund dividend saw a 20% reduction in poverty throughout the state. And in just 10 years, the dividend improved financial equity for the poorest fifth of the Alaskan population. Now, more specifically, the poorest fifth saw an increase in their income of 28%, whereas the richest fifth only saw a 7% increase as a result of this fund dividend. Now, closer to the future Gainesville program takes place in Stockton, California. The Stockton Economic Empowerment Demonstration, or SEED, is the first mayor-led guaranteed income program in the nation. It had 125 participants receiving $500 a month for a duration of 24 months. Now, commissioners, here I would like to stress that poverty is not a product of character, it's a product of income. And Stockton found this to be true when they analyzed the monthly allocation of their payments. They found that 40% of the monthly payment went towards food, 25% went towards clothing, appliances, and basic household necessities, and 12% went towards paying utility bills. Now, to continue the discussion on the Stockton program, I'd like to turn this presentation over to Mayor Poe.
All right, thank you, Fiona. Mayors for Guaranteed Income was founded by Mayor Michael Tubbs of Stockton, California. Really an outgrowth of the pilot they did there, and Mayor Tubbs realizing what a tremendous impact it had on his community and wanting to expand this nationally. One of the big goals of Mayors for Guaranteed Income is having pilot programs in as many cities as we can across the United States with a diversity of demographics, geographically distributed, and targeting different groups of individuals, because a big portion of this is collecting data and research to make the case to our federal government that there is a need for this and that it can work to solve many of our challenges we have in this country. As of yesterday, I think we got our 36th mayor on board yesterday, and we are all advocating for guaranteed income in our own communities. We're all at different stages in this. Mayors for Guaranteed Income was started in June of 2020, and I joined shortly after. If we can go to our next slide. So when one joins this alliance, we commit to three principles: advocating for guaranteed income at a local, state, and federal level, investing in the narrative change efforts to highlight the lived experiences of those benefiting from a guaranteed income, we know that it is so critical to tell the story on a person-to-person, family-to-family level to help people understand how this benefits folks and really changes lives, and take it sort of away from the abstract. And then work to grow our effort by advocating that other cities join us and providing whatever support and technical assistance we can to help them start their pilots. So, what does this come with? Well, if we are hoping to submit our application to Mayors for Guaranteed Income by the beginning of March. If we are approved by MGI, and I am here to tell you, and Cameron can speak to this as well, we are in a very, very strong position to be accepted. We will receive a $500,000 grant from Mayors for Guaranteed Income. Jack Dorsey, the CEO of Twitter, gave MGI $15 million to expand these pilot projects, and MGI essentially decided to cut up the money so that every city would be able to participate equally in this project. So at the time there were 30 cities, divided by $15 million, comes to $500,000. It also comes with assistance from the University of Pennsylvania to provide a research fellow and do all the methodology for the data collection. And they also assist with media, communications, and other sort of outreach support. And that's direct assistance. So there's a tremendous amount of outside support for this project here in Gainesville. So the partners include Mayors for Guaranteed Income. Ms. Coleman will talk more about some other foundations that are specifically focused on reentry and programs to improve reentry for our returning citizens. Community Spring, City of Gainesville, University of Pennsylvania, and then I'll also be working with the University of Florida to recruit the actual research fellow once we're approved. We had a lot of discussion about what group to try to target, and I will tell you the majority of MGI cities have kept it quite broad. Essentially anybody living below a certain income threshold. A few cities have narrowed the focus a little bit. There's been a pilot on single mothers. There's been a pilot, I think, in Columbia, South Carolina, on single fathers. We are specifically advocating for targeting this pilot to people re-entering society from incarceration. There's a lot of reasons for this. One, it's an area that Community Spring has a lot of experience, and their fellows have been working in this area for more than a year. It's also an area that we have not seen much research or any research when it comes to a guaranteed income and the effects of that on positive reentry. And so there's a lot of interest nationally from the folks working both on guaranteed income and reentry, and we think that we'll have a very strong case to many of the foundations that help support this kind of work if it's partnered with the MGI program. So with that, I will reintroduce Lindsay Coleman, and she's going to tell you a little bit about Community Spring and the role that they'll play, and then we'll get to the recommendations after that. So Ms. Coleman, glad that you could join us. Welcome.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor Poe, and thank you, commissioners, for having us today. So I'm the Executive Director of Community Spring. I would like to tell you all a little bit about who we are, the kind of work we've done so far, the lessons we've learned, and also what this means for us moving forward with the Guaranteed Income Project. So let me just start by telling you all a little bit about who we are. So Community Spring is an anti-poverty grassroots organization here in Gainesville, and our mission is to dismantle structural poverty and spur economic mobility. So there's two pillars to our work: income and power. So at the root of poverty is income, right? People are poor because they don't have enough money. That's pretty obvious. The root of structural poverty is more an issue of power. And so that's why that's an important pillar to our work. We believe that the people closest to the problems are also the people closest to the solutions. And poverty is such an intersectional issue. So how we attack the intersection of this issue, you know, the different pieces of it should really be centered on the people experiencing it. So the way that we execute on this is by hiring people experiencing poverty to organize around an issue that they feel contributes most to poverty. So I'm going to go to the next slide and we can talk more about what that looks like in practice. So these are the two campaigns that we've done thus far. And I'm actually going to start with the second one and then move to the first one. So when we first launched Community Spring, the people that we hired, and we call them fellows in case that's confusing, that really just is our staff. The people that we hired all happened to be justice impacted. And through a pretty extensive discussion around structural poverty and how that looks like in their lives, the conclusion that they came to is that supporting people returning from incarceration is crucial in breaking the cycle of poverty. People with criminal records are some of the most marginalized people in our community. They have barriers to housing, they have barriers to employment, and economic mobility is incredibly challenging when you have a record. And so supporting people returning from incarceration was crucial in the structural poverty piece. Now, COVID happened, as we all know, and so we paused that work for a period of time to start organizing around COVID. That felt like the most pressing issue, and our fellows really wanted to support the community. So I'm going to talk in more detail about what we did there because it's most relevant to the guaranteed income work. But in short, we first did a community needs assessment. Based out of the results of that sort of robust research, we developed what was called CS Direct, which I'll talk more about. So let's go to the next slide. So if there's anything that I want you all to take away from our work in this presentation, it is the concept of economic resilience, because economic resilience is crucial to understanding why a guaranteed income is important and what the challenges our community is facing when it comes to poverty. So economic resilience is a person's ability to withstand and recover from economic shocks. So in life, we all encounter economic shocks, whether that's a car breaking down, a kid getting sick, or I don't know, a global pandemic that wipes out employment for a lot of people. And what happens is for people who either are living paycheck to paycheck or not with a paycheck at all, can't absorb those economic shocks. So every speed bump is devastating, and then the cycle of poverty perpetuates itself. And what we found in our community needs assessment is that half of our low income neighbors could not come up with $400 of an unexpected expense arose. So the $400 is sort of the well-vetted survey tool that a lot of anti-poverty organizations use to measure economic resilience. So that's what we used as well. And really what we learned is that this is really troubling. People don't have economic resilience. And this is something that I think we could all intuit, but here's the data to show it. And so how people could be expected to pull themselves out of poverty when every hiccup is devastating really isn't feasible. So let's go to the next slide. So we thought through how to tackle this issue, especially in the context of COVID. And what we decided is that we needed something that was going to be flexible because people's needs are incredibly diverse. Some people struggle with food, some people struggle with internet, some people don't have access to a cell phone. I mean, the needs are so diverse. So the way that we address those needs must also be flexible so that people can decide how to spend their money. And that speaks to the autonomy piece as well, which is our second bullet here. People have the dignity and deserve to be able to figure out how to satisfy their needs because they're the only ones who know what's best for them and their families. And then lastly, efficiency is important because things that are easy to administer with low overhead is always preferable, which direct cash is. Let's go to the next slide. So with all of that, from January to October, we ran a program called CS Direct, which in short is one-time $300 payments to people who are Alachua County residents and also receive SNAP. So we chose SNAP, which is food stamps. We chose SNAP just as sort of an indicator for poverty that was easy to prove without a whole lot of jumping through hoops. So we just wanted to make it simple. If you received SNAP, then it was likely that you had low economic resilience. and therefore should get additional assistance. So every month, depending on how much we raised, we then distributed to people who applied, and payments were unconditional, as is the theme of all of this, because we believe that people should have the choice of how to spend their money. Next slide. So we had 653 applicants. We were able to issue payments to 128, which 128 is great, but considering of how many applicants we had, you can really see that there's a huge gap. We had 93 donors raise $38,000, and that was fairly passively raised. And I think what this shows here is that there was a lot of community support for this idea. Next slide. So after every payment, at the end of every month, we issued a survey to everyone who received CS Direct. And what we found is that a lot of people split up the check across several expenditures, which really speaks to the flexibility piece. Not everything went to food, not everything went to utilities, but people were able to sort of slice and dice it according to what they needed. The most common expenditures were utilities, food, and household supplies. 77% felt that having the payment go to them increased their power, which I think is important when you're speaking to people's dignity. And then the last 2 points I think are the most interesting, which is that 82% felt decreased stress about making ends meet that month, but 57% felt like it increased their household's economic security. And what this really speaks to, why this is important, is we're talking about addressing immediate crisis versus economic stability, which this is the importance of thinking through the programs that address crises are certainly important. We don't want people, we want people to be able to survive. But when we're talking about economic stability and economic mobility, it has to be something that's constant, that it gives them that economic resilience that we talked about earlier in the presentation. Next slide. So this is just sort of a smattering of quotes from recipients, as well as pictures. And of course, these quotes don't match these pictures. But I just wanted to give you a little bit of taste of who these people are, what some of the things that they experienced were. These are our neighbors, these are people in our community, and their needs are real. Next slide. So what are the conclusions in the context of a guaranteed income pilot? So first and foremost, can't stress this enough, economic resilience in our community is low. This needs to be addressed, and we hope to do that through a guaranteed income pilot. One-time $300 payments was helpful for that month, but not enough and not consistent for every month following. And this is the important piece about sort of building economic resilience. Unrestricted cash is essential in promoting economic mobility, dignity, and autonomy. Plus, it's efficient, which is great when overhead's low, admin is easy. And then lastly, there was a lot of community support for this idea. This has been reflected in all of the media press that we've gotten. This has been reflected in the donations we received. Overall, we have had just tons of community support for this idea. Next slide. Okay, so what is Community Spring's role in this pilot? So I think first and foremost, as I mentioned, when it comes to the Community Spring model, we believe that the people most impacted should be at the center of the design and discussions about the solutions. So we will be responsible for community-centered design. So already some of that work, as Mayor Poe alluded to earlier, some of that work has already underway. We have conducted several focus groups with our fellows on what this should look like, how it should be administered, who we should target, what is the most impactful way to leverage these dollars. And right now, what we are leaning towards is targeting people with criminal records. As Mayor Poe said, these are the most marginalized members of our community and crucial in breaking the cycle of poverty. Also, there isn't currently a guaranteed income pilot that looks at that target population. And I think that from a national perspective, this is really an important group to look at. I think another thing that's important to talk about is what the assumptions are around this population. Generally, there's a lot of stereotypes, a lot of negative assumptions. From my experience, those stereotypes and those assumptions are false. However, we think it's important to rigorously test those and analyze. In terms of the spirit of building a better community, we need to be able to have the data to back that up. And so we plan for this to be a randomized control trial where we're really rigorously testing the outcome of these dollars in this population. And then lastly, recidivism is a really important question that we want to answer. Does giving money to people returning from incarceration reduce the likelihood of them returning? And so we want to test that and see what happens. So we hope to run this for 12 months. We will run this for 12 months, assuming all goes well. We hope to extend it for 24 months. That will depend on funding. We've been in conversation with some other foundations who are particularly interested in this work. So we'll see how that goes, but 12 months for sure, hopefully extending it for 24 months, TBD on that. So that's the biggest piece of our role. We will also be working in the community for recruitment. Our fellows are justice impacted themselves, tapped into other people who are, hope to work with probation on recruitment as well. We will also be responsible for recipient engagement, making sure people are receiving their payments, also engaging with the control group in the survey piece and survey design, as well as the fiscal managers. So that's my piece. That's Community Spring. That's what we're hoping for. Really excited to be here and open for questions.
Okay, thank you all. So the recommendation I'm asking for is to place the resolution that's in your backup on next week's City Commission agenda for approval. Approve memorandum of understanding, which is right now with MGI. We kind of went back and forth on some dates and a few other things, but I'll put that on the agenda for next week as well, along with the resolution, because it's a three-way MOU between us, Community Spring, and MGI, and then work with MGI, Community Spring, and others to build out this pilot. I think some of the questions might be, what is the city's role? Part of this is elevating the conversation and centering the stories on the people that will be participating in this, making sure that their story is being told. I also think there will probably be some request of staff time on the sort of research and data collection side. And then finally, I think there are some great opportunities for overlap here with some of the programs we currently have going on. For example, the BOLD program and probably some other things that the city is doing and could be extended to support the participants in this pilot. So there's not a direct monetary ask, but there would be some in-kind support for this program. And with that, and I'm just going to remind all of you that we have a time certain at 2, but I do want to hear from you, so I'm just asking if you could sort of ask your questions directly so we can answer them. And we'll start with Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I just want to say I think this is a wonderful program, and thank you for bringing this to the commission. I have a question to Ms. Calvin. Looking at one of your slides, and when you asked the recipients what did they spend the $300 on, and the majority of the recipients spent it on utilities. Have you or your organization consider putting an education component to this? I know this is, you get the funding with no strings attached, but at some point, do you think you would develop an educational piece to this?
So that's a great question. And, I think that in terms of the educational piece, there are a lot of organizations who do that, Community Spring included in some ways. And so the feeling is that the education piece, while important, is already present in the community where the direct cash piece isn't. So the short answer to your question is, while education is important, we are not planning on having that be a direct part of the program, because the spirit of the unconditional piece is really important, both for the research side, as well as sort of the principles of giving people cash.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And that's just, Commissioner, one of those opportunities that I think as we do the surveys and we figure out where people's stress points are and needs are, we can help align them with existing services and programs in the city that could help with some of those things. And that's what we'll be looking to figure out as we build out the sort of methodology of this program. By the way, we hope to really go live with this on October 1st. So we have a little bit of time to really work on the design and implementation. Commissioner Hayes Santos, and I see you there, Commissioner Johnson. I definitely will get to you. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you for working on this and bringing this forward. I know it's been something you've been working on for a long time, and I'm excited to see it actually happening. I'm impressed. Thank you for moving this forward, and for everybody at Community Spring and the mayors for a guaranteed income. I'm excited for the next steps and seeing it go live. I'd like to move the recommendation.
Okay, motion and a second. Motion was by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'll say I'm totally in support of this. I absolutely want it to move forward, hence my second. The only thing that I would like to see us do differently is I would like the city to have some buy-in, some actual cash buy-in on it. And I know that's, I know Mr. Feldman is squirming right now, but that's, I think it's important for us to do that. I understand if we can't, but I would really like that to be a piece of it. I'm going to vote for it as is, but as we put it together, I would really like us to have financial buy-in. I have a few questions about the concept in general that I'll try to be really quick about. When you say guaranteed income or universal income, people can mean a couple of different things. Sometimes they mean, as I think we mean, here's some money, go do good things. But the flip side of that is there are folks out there that the Milton Friedman angle on it is, here's some money, now we're going to take away everything, all the other resources that the government has been providing you. So with that in mind, how do we, and I don't think there's enough money here for it to be a problem, but in general, how do we keep from pushing someone beyond a threshold that takes away resources that we've been providing, we, society in general? I don't want people to lose housing. I don't want people to lose SNAP, et cetera, because they have money now. If that makes sense. I don't think this is enough, but in general, when you run one of these kind of programs, in theory, how do you keep that from happening is a question I have.
Yeah, those are definitely questions that we've already been tossing around, and there's already a commitment to reach out to the Housing Authority and other agencies that where this might feel an impact. That will be part of the program design, and that this is not meant to replace anything, but be in addition to. So that's going to be the sort of design and goal of the program. And I will tell you that we've had probably our most engaging conversations around whether the city should be a financial contributor or not, and I advocated for us to be a contributor. I was talked back by both representatives from Mayors for Guaranteed Income and Community Spring, because the most important thing is for us to propose and implement a successful program. And there is feeling by them that if there was public money involved, that would jeopardize some of that success. So I'm with you. There may be a need or an opportunity in the second 12-month period for that to happen. We know that we have enough right now, regardless of the first 12 months. But there was a lot of spirited conversation about that, and I think it's important for our two biggest partners in this to be comfortable with how we move forward, and this is what they strongly recommended, despite my best efforts to persuade them otherwise.
The only other question I have, Mr. Mayor, I'll be super quick, or it's not even a question. I want us to do as little as we have to keep track of the money. I mean, like, we give the money, and I know that because it's a research opportunity, some questions have to be asked, but I think it succeeds better if we don't. Accountability is overused, and I'm sure that that will come back and be quoted against me at some point, but people are more likely to make good choices if they don't feel like somebody's standing over them watching. So the less we can ask, the better. That's just my general opinion on it. So thank you very much. I love the program.
Sure, I'll share with the commission how the other pilots have been conducted, as well as the University of Pennsylvania methodology that is sort of the foundation for that piece of this. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. This makes my heart happy. I want to thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. I think this is exactly the kind of policies that are going to make a huge difference in our community. So kudos to you, heart happy, smiling, thank you. Two, I also want to thank Lindsay and Max and all of the fellows, Nadine and Kevin, Keila, Latasha. Thank you all. I've seen the work. I hear about the work that you all are doing in the community and the positive impact that you all are having, even through the challenging times that we're living in through COVID-19. So thank you all for the work that you're doing, and also the Mayors for a Guaranteed Income. I'm really, I'm positive that this is going to be successful and that this hopefully will be expanded throughout. This is going to be, I'm really excited that that we're get a chance to test this here and be a part of the process of hopefully what I see as a national campaign and really the foundation for policy going forward on a national level. So this is really, really exciting work. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. And just a little bit about the origin story. You know, I got involved with this kind of early on with the organization, and so when I was talking with Cameron, and Cameron, I'm going to ask you just to introduce yourself real quick here in a sec, but I started asking questions like, well, what does it mean to be a member? And he said, you know, it could be just enough to say, hey, I support this and it's a good idea, even if we can't do a pilot, on up to actually being a participant city. And I said, okay, well, what does that look like? Do your cities all put in public money, or, you know, is there private money? And he said, you know, there's some that it's all public, some that it's all private. There's a mixture, you know, sort of however you design it. But he said it really works best if you do have a private nonprofit partner for a variety of reasons. And I immediately thought of Community Spring. And I think part of that is because they'd just done a great presentation to the community on CS Direct. And so it was fresh in my mind. But I mean, I knew the space that Community Spring worked in, both with folks that had formerly been incarcerated and with direct cash payment. And when I told Cameron about it, I was like, I think I have the group if they'll just say yes. And trust me, they were skeptical, right, Lindsay? Y'all didn't just jump to like, oh my God, let me jump in, you know, let me participate. It's like, wait a minute. I mean, you had the just right amount of skepticism. But I think that as we talked more and more about it with Cameron at MGI and Lindsay and Max at CS, it really made sense. It was the right combination of experience and capability. That we know that if they take this on, that they'll be successful in the pilot. So, Cameron, can you just say hello real quick? You're nice enough to join us today, and I don't want you to go away without anybody knowing who you are, what you look like.
No, I love council meetings. Appreciate you all inviting me, and so heartened by the conversation, echoing all the sentiments shared earlier. I do want to applaud the thread of putting public dollars at stake here. Yolo County, which is just below Sacramento, just committed the 5-0 vote on Tuesday, committed some revenue dollars to support their UBI pilot, which is focusing on foster youth. St. Paul, Minnesota leveraged a good bit of their CARES Act dollars towards the end of last year. And Richmond, Virginia, through their Office of Community Wealth Building, did the same very quickly. So I'm loving the conversation. We are excited to see the movement continue to grow, and are again eager and happy partners in the work. Just want to emphasize that there is a massive support group behind you all, eager to see you all succeed. So thank you for taking the first step here, and excited to look forward to October 1st.
All right. Thank you, Cameron. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for all the help over the last, what's been 6 or 8 months. Really appreciate it. We would not have been anywhere close to this without you just being so kind and patient and generous with your time. With that, we do have a motion to place the resolution and the memorandum of understanding on our commission agenda for next week, and to commit to partnering with these organizations. We've got a little bit of time, so Adam, let me start with you. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have at least 2 who are in the queue. Ms. Darlene Pafalo. Ms. Pafalo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioners, it sounds very interesting. I have 2 short questions. One is, how long have these people, the program, been in effect, number one, and where they have been in effect to this? And my second question is, with the people, like, when they're incarcerated or anything like that, thank you for doing that, they need help. Do you, as the organization giving them the money, do you keep track on how they're doing and things like that, so that they don't stay on this for the rest of their life? That's my question. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Buffalo, I'll answer both of those, but let's get our next caller first.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second caller is Mr. Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Grundy Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, it's good to see that the mayor would answer. I hope the mayor would answer mine as well, as he's going to answer Ms. Buffalo's. I do want to first say to Ms. Coleman, Lindsay, I want to thank them for their presentation, and echo the sentiment of Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Simmons. I'm not going to say my heart is open and feeling good or whatever, but I do understand it. I think this is a step that I understand what we're doing. I like to look at big picture. We're obviously not necessarily going to be in a worldwide pandemic the rest of eternity. And big picture is the easier thing and the low-hanging fruit is to do what you're talking about, is to hand out cash payments, to have guaranteed basic income. The other thing to do is where we can walk and chew gum, which I never hear anyone up on this dais do, is for people that are traditionally economically impoverished, people that look like me, African Americans, men and women, the people that they talk about us when it's Black Lives Matter and they want to wear t-shirts. But when it comes to wanting us to have economic empowerment, the progressives on this community, they talk about nothingness, and their actions don't match their rhetoric. And so when we want to talk about having economic empowerment, I would love to hear them talk about growing an economy that will help people that look like me, Black men and women, and everybody in between, no matter how you identify, grow an economy that works for everybody, and especially within the city of Gainesville, because in a progressive community like here, the haves and have-nots for the people that have is greater than even in Marion County. And it's interesting, but they never talk about growing our economy. Instead, we're going to end up having de minimis returns because they don't do anything that makes business good acumen. No good business acumen coming from the dais. And I'm just wondering, Ms. Lindsay, have you all looked about how to empower people of color and how to help them grow an economy where people can choose and have actually good paying jobs where they can be empowered, not just get handouts? Because many people in our community don't want handouts, they want to be empowered. It actually exists. People are not just poor, and not all Black people are poor. So I appreciate the poverty narrative, and there is people that are in need. We've all been there, but Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the hard work because I do want to recognize that you all are trying to do something. But if we could also talk about how you grow an economy, I would like to hear that too. And I know you're going to answer Mr. Fallows, but can you tell me how you're going to grow an economy? That would work too. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy Gomez. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, so Ms. Buffalo asked how long the Stockton experiment was. 24 months. Adam, can you mute? Adam, we have sound.
I know,
Thank you.
and I'm not sure what that is.
All right, thank you. So 24 months for the Stockton experiment, which just recently ended, and then, yeah, there is oversight and ongoing analysis and assistance. Okay, we've reached our time certain item, and so we'll have to continue the discussion of this item and the vote on the motion till later in the agenda. So, Madam Clerk, can you please bring up our time certain item?
Absolutely. This is item 190895, making the Code of Ordinances gender neutral.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to start off with, oh, by the way, thank you, Fiona, Lindsay, Cameron. Appreciate you being with us today. Really look forward to all this work that we have ahead of us, assuming the motion passes. So we're going to hear a relatively brief presentation from Mr. Folston on this item. We're then going to split this item into two parts of discussion. One has to do with the sort of embedded language in our codes and ordinances, and the other has to do with what is commonly referred to now as public nudity. And what I'm going to do, I know there's a lot of people that want to talk to this, so after the presentation, I'm going to turn to public comment, and we will listen to any members of the public that want to share their thoughts. I will say from my own perspective, this is not something that I probably had thought anything about until a couple weeks ago. And so I have been like being bombarded with all kinds of thoughts and points of view, just in a short period of time. And so I'd like to let our members of the public share their thoughts and their points of view with the commission, and then we'll turn back to the commission for our deliberation and any action moving forward. So with that, Mr. Folston, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Hopefully you guys can hear me well. So today we're here to discuss an item that was before you at a previous meeting that was asked to be brought back in a presentation to accompany it. So the item that we're going to be talking about is de-juring the Code of Ordinances. Hopefully you guys can see it on your screen. For the public, I am the Policy Oversight Administrator here in the city of Gainesville, and I work for our city clerk, Ms. Michelle Gainey. So thank her as well for all her help and support. I want to start off because one of the things is that I encountered when I got this item and people started engaging us to talk about it was the fact that, and you can go to my first slide, is that the assumption is that the City Commission has, in essence, already made a decision on this, for number one, and that this was something that the City Commission as a whole or as a body was doing. Many of you recognize and know that our policy process is something that's fairly new here in the city of Gainesville and something that we're tweaking along the way. And since my arrival, we've made some changes to it, one of which is on the screen for the public. What is the purpose of the policy team? And for these first two slides, I'm gonna really just read straight off the slides because I want the public to get a good understanding of how we got to this place. The policy team, which works with myself, is here to help formalize policy ideas, help refine policy questions, research and write reports, which provide a preliminary overview of a topic. I like to say that we're operating at 30,000 feet, if you will. And these reports are intended to provide all readers with a base level understanding of a policy or issue, so readers are informed about a potential policy. If the commission decides to implement a policy, then the subject matter experts within the City of Gainesville staff will be able to do a more in-depth review of the topic when creating the policy. So how that works is we have a commissioner and they ask us to research a topic. We take that topic back to the policy research team and start formulating questions based on that original direction that we get from commissioners. And then we come back with a 30,000-foot look at what has happened locally and what has happened across the country. So this particular item was asked prior to my arrival here at the City of Gainesville. This particular item was asked for by a commissioner, and it was researched by the policy research staff, and they created the report, which is in the backup that everybody has had a chance to read at this point. My next slide. Introduction to the policy process. So what can you expect? The public and commissioners can expect a basic description of the policy or issue, along with definitions of key terms and understanding of the history of the issue in Gainesville, if applicable, and the state of Florida, if applicable. Case studies of other cities which have implemented something similar, and then the costs and benefits to implement the policy along with key stakeholders. Those are all the things that we look for in a policy presentation, and those are all the things we try to make sure that we have within the report. My first slide, as the mayor has said, my next slide, if you will. Thank you. As the mayor has said, we're going to separate the issues at hand out. I went back and looked at the previous meeting a couple times, probably like some of you. And one of the things I noticed is that we do have a difference in terms of the two main issues. So we've separated those out for a conversation. One of the things is I want to start off by saying this as well. This report is really short because I didn't want to do a couple things as the policy oversight administrator here for the city. Number one, I didn't want to sensationalize the issue any more than it probably already is for some. So certain words, certain things that are in the report, I do not mention in this presentation because I don't think they're applicable at this point because we're at 30,000 feet, if you will. Another thing I did not want to do, and we don't believe that should occur, and it doesn't occur here, I wanted to make sure that the policy process stays out of the political realm. So we're not political. You will see in this presentation, we do not give a yay or a nay. You will see recommendations, but all the recommendations are in the affirmative because we're not giving a position. It's just to say if the city commission decides to move in a way, this is the way we would recommend based on the research. So we've separated those out. So first I want to talk about what is commonly degenerating the code of ordinance. So as local government works to create more inclusive environments, one area that may be behind is our code of ordinances or their code of ordinances. Depending on when certain codes were written, some could include gendered language. Some examples of gendered language include pronouns and words like policeman, policewoman, policemen, workman, fireman, man, woman, salesman, bondsman, etc. Removing this language is important so that our code does not reinforce outdated stereotypes. Next slide. Degendering, like I just talked about, in terms of pronouns and gender-specific language, the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances, like the codes of many other municipalities, has explicitly stated pronouns like she and he. By removing gendered terms and replacing them with the singular they, the city's code can take on a more inclusive language that acknowledges the fluidity of gender and gender pronouns and treats each equally. By strategically removing gender-specific language and allowing women to be held under the same standards as men, Gainesville residents are better able to exist without being discriminated against on the basis of gender. Therefore, on our next slide, should the commission choose to move in this direction, I recommend you direct the city attorney to prepare an ordinance that addresses removal of masculine and feminine pronouns from the city's municipal code and change gender-specific language to gender-neutral language where appropriate. I want to note that this would not include Chapter 17, Article 2, which we will talk about here in the second half of the presentation, and it would not include Chapter 30, -5.25 of the city's code of ordinance as well, that deals with sexually oriented businesses. Next slide. The second issue at hand is degendering when it comes down to public nudity. Chapter 17, Article 2. Currently Gainesville's code of ordinance uses the terms female, male, husband, wife, woman, man, nude/nudity, and gender in contexts that are not conducive to gender neutrality, and in some cases are explicitly targeted against the female body. Most of the gender-based language in the city code is intended to cover all individuals and would not be substantially impacted by a shift to gender-neutral language. There are, though, a couple of places where gender does play a substantial role in the meaning of the ordinance, specifically where the code limits women from showing their breasts in public, but does not limit men from exposing their chest in public. The next slide. The new definition found in Chapter 17, Article 2, the new definition visibly singles out the female breast as having to be fully covered, but there's no language on the male chest or nipple needing to be covered. In some cities, this has been brought to litigation after communities challenge the specificity towards females as a violation of the Equal Protection Clause in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, given that the code prohibits women, but not men, from knowingly exposing their breast in public. Amending Section 17 or Chapter 17-13 to remove Part 3 and other sections or chapters that explicitly target the female breast would give women equal freedom as men in the city within public nudity laws and standards. Next slide. So therefore, should the City Commission again choose to move in this direction, we recommend that you direct the city attorney and the city manager to conduct further research and report back on the practical and legal issues, if any, associated with the city allowing female toplessness. Keep these things in mind. Chapter 17 deals with nudity, as we already have stated, but please note that the research in terms of the backup document mentions Chapter 30 by title, but does not explain what Chapter 30 is or covers in the city code. As I stated earlier, Chapter 30-5.25 deals with sexually oriented businesses within the city of Gainesville. Should you move in this direction of changing what is the definition for breast and nudity in Chapter 17, Article 2, further consideration should be given to the effect of those changes on the language in Chapter 30-5.25 addressing sexually oriented businesses. Next slide. Therefore, we're recommending that you take any appropriate next steps to proceed to phase 3, which again would be to submit either item, if you will, out for further review and recommendation by the city attorney, and in the second case, by the city attorney and the city manager. And then lastly, the floor is open for discussion if you have any questions of me on the last slide in terms of where we're headed at, and any questions in terms of the research or why I didn't include the research. Another thing I want to share before you speak is why I didn't include a lot of the court cases and documents that are in the report is because I feel it's in our best interest to not get involved in the legal matters. That's being my office, the policy research team. But at the same time, to give our city attorney a chance, should you guys decide to move in that direction, a time to adequately research these topics further for you guys' consideration.
All right.
And if nothing else, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Folsom. Appreciate that overview. So what we're going to do now is turn to members of our public that wish to share their thoughts on this item. We'll go ahead and start with anybody that's in the chambers today that would like to share their thoughts with us. And then we'll turn it over to anybody calling in on the phone line. And there should be information about how to do that. Just introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes. A little yellow light will go on when you have 1 minute left. And just please make sure you keep your mask on while you are speaking or while in the chambers. And welcome. Tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Emily Duplantis, and I'm an art curator, event director, and student here in town. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the pro side of degendering the laws here today. And I'd like to start off by saying we are not here to flip societal norms in a day. We are not here to convince women everywhere to run around topless all the time. And if that is all that you see this to be, I'm disappointed in your naivety, as well as you must not be very involved in the very large queer community that exists in your city looking for progress. However, I am personally here to try and get through the idea that our laws must be degendered and must reflect the beautiful, multicolored, multi-talented, multifaceted people in our city that live their lives along the LGBTQ spectrum. In America, as we've been raised, or at least as I've been raised, we've been taught that the base justice in this nation comes within our legal system. There are so many fights women are working towards to obtain equality, and there are so many more that folks along the queer spectrum are fighting for just the same. I'm speaking here today to also support those movements, but if law is the base of what people believe to be truth in America, and even if our local laws can't see all genders as equal, then how are the people in this city, in your city, supposed to believe that we can obtain equality? I've had partners who, in my past personally, who have been anywhere from non-binary to full transitioning to gender fluid like myself. In a world that is our reality, and we're constantly being pushed to new negative boundaries and constantly questioned within ourselves, we're tired of being unequal. What a world it would be to finally not feel questioned by our city, to instead want to reflect the acceptance and openness and put more into the community work and further education and inclusivity that can come our way in the future. People always say our children are our future. Voting against degendering these laws maintains the shaky ground that your children grow on, when instead we can accept each other and allow our laws to make us all feel protected and further solidify the grounds for the future instead. This equality can be the start to giving so many people self-empowerment, self-confidence, self-responsibility, and self-awareness, and that is a future I would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us today. And before the next speaker, if you'll just pause, we're going to try to disinfect the area before every speaker. Thank you. All right, can we have our next speaker, please? Welcome.
Hi there. Hi there, my name is Donald Shepard. I'm People's Representative, and as a People's Representative, I see that this is not only an act that needs to be stopped and needs to have these individuals that to carry out an act of substance, to take and go back to the Bible, go back to your own respect of yourself, and to take and see that this is something that only you and God should be seeing, and your parent. It's not something that should be shown in the public. I know you may be proud of what you have, what God gave you, but this is the way it is, and we shouldn't be burdening our city with this case of action in which you chose to take. So I hope that we take an act upon this to stop this, and we move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Thanks again. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi. My name is Hannah Hill. I have been in Gainesville all my life, and this is a huge, huge progressive movement for me on a personal level. Speaking from the fact that, I'm sorry, I'm nervous, but wow, what we're really talking about here is fear. We have a fear of that men can't control themselves if women go out topless. We have a fear that children will not know how to act if they see a female topless. We have a fear that women cannot empower themselves if they're outside and decide to be topless. As parents, I'm assuming the fear is that they don't know how to explain these things, and that is the shaky ground that Emily was referring to. That is the shaky ground on which our entire culture has been built on, that started in the Victorian age, where sexuality had been smashed together with nudity, and that it was immoral. Actually, I think our laws counted as indecent. Indecent is shame. We are now shaming bodies, the bodies that we were born in, the bodies, as a yoga instructor, we call our temples, that we connect with, that we believe in, that are the reflection of our mind. And so when we shame these bodies, we see through life how this affects especially women in a patriarchal society. So I believe it was Commissioner Johnson who made the Facebook post over the weekend saying that this is not what we should be focusing on, that we should be focusing on child sex trafficking and other what else did we have? Child sex trafficking, the inequality in our society, and the issues around, wow, I made a lot of notes, didn't I? Around women's unequal pay, and fighting for the compassionate treatment of rape victims. And what I have to say to this is that this is exactly what we're doing, but at a core level. So by taking these codes and neutralizing them for generations to come, we can create a normalization of the female body so that these things aren't so grasped after, so that they're not so intense in our society. I have a lot to say about this, but I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for being with us today and sharing your thoughts. Go ahead. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hello?
Hello?
My name's Elusha Mann. Yeah, I'm here because I'm confused by this thing. Okay. Yeah, I'm grateful for you approaching this topic and bringing it into discussion. I'm here largely because of the shame that has come up around it being an issue. It's to me it seems really simple. People should have the choice, an equal choice over how we relate with our torsos and exposing our torsos in public. It's kind of just a matter of equality. I feel weird personally being call it at least male-bodied and being able to remove my shirt in public and going, okay, but then if someone's female body and has breasts, that changes things, and there's this disparity, this inequality of choice, of people being able to make that choice for themselves. So that's mainly what I wanted to say. That it's really simple, a really simple choice. And that's my view, at least. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. Is there anybody else here that would like to speak to this item? Okay, thank you. We will now turn it over to Adam for anybody calling in about this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got several callers on the line. Tiffany Lewis, you are the first speaker. You have 3 minutes. Tiffany Lewis.
Hello?
Yep, we've got you. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. This is my first time ever doing anything like this whatsoever, so bear with me. My only issue about this is I hear everybody's argument. My only issue about it is I'm raising children. I am married. And that's my thing that is thrown off from this whole situation is how do I tell my daughter that there's no longer, and my children, that there's no longer a he or she, you're a they, or that's a them, and this, that, and the third. That's created in the dictionary and everywhere. How did the world get to this point where he and she and policeman, policewoman gets offensive? It's been fine forever. And it's I understand people, we need to change and this, that, and the third, but it's so much within our hearts and within ourselves that we can change other than he or she. And then as far as the public nudity and all of that, the breast showing and this, that, and the third, what's going to come after that? Are you going to be completely naked? When is enough going to be enough? If you have to show your breast just to make you feel equal, then that's sad. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. It feels okay, when are you going to have some kind of trust and understanding and believing in yourself just to know that you are equal to a man? I'm a woman and I have a wonderful husband and I'm raising boys, but there's nothing that I can't get out there and do with my husband. I help fix cars, I help mow lawns, I help do everything. And at the end of the day, that satisfies me. I don't have to run around with my shirt off for that issue. And then what's going to happen when, you're in a bar, you're in a club, and hey, let's show my nipple or do whatever, and you pull off your shirt and somebody touched it. Now that's sexual harassment. Or now, it can turn into rape. It can turn into a whole other issue. At the end of the day, we can be equal in our minds. We don't have to show our bodies to be considered equal. That's my thing. And it's like at the end of the day, you have children growing up in this. You have older people. You have a whole bunch of stuff. Like, I understand trying to change and doing all of this and the world's changing and all of that. But do you want the world to change for the better or for, I'm just saying, I feel like for the worse. Because after you type topless, then what else is going to come next? Like, that's my thing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me. And I hope and pray that everybody can find in their heart that this is just, it's crazy to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Allison Hayes, you are next on the line. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Allison Hayes, and I am a strong believer in equal rights for all, regardless of age, race, color, national origin, disability, sexual orientation, religion, gender identity, or transgender status. I believe in equality for everyone. If a man gets too hot on a sunny summer day and takes off his shirt, nobody will pay any attention. If a woman does exactly the same thing, she will be arrested, jailed, and have a criminal record. Does that sound fair or even constitutional? No, of course not. The common justification for this sexist law is based on antiquated Victorian values that have no place in our contemporary society. This law originated when women were legally considered to be second-class citizens. Patronizing notions that a woman needs a law to be both punish and protect her from a man's gaze undermines all women's struggle for gender equality. Female topless prohibition laws are a modern-day example of intentional discrimination by the government based on traditional sexist notions of a woman's place in society. They are the embodiment of gender discrimination. It's one of the remaining laws that blatantly treats women very differently from men and is based solely on how society views women's bodies. A U.S. federal court has made it legal for women to go topless in Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. Canada has top freedom. Wherever a man can go topless, a woman can go topless too, and many other countries. The foundation of gender equality in our Constitution is to ensure that men and women enjoy the same rights. In order for women to achieve total equality in America, society's laws must view one and all equally. Everyone who professes to believe in equality must also want women to be treated equally by the law. Therefore, I strongly support the degendering of Gainesville's antiquated sexist laws and language. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Allison. Our next caller, Darlene Pafalo. Ms. Pafalo, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is an interesting topic. And I would like to find out when we get a chance is what are sexually active businesses? I don't know what that means. But anyway, I'm not a young chicken. I've been around a long time. And I think there's a word of respect that should be in place also. I'd like to find out and get some numbers on the lady that spoke before, on the states that are doing that, on how it's working out, and not just, let's just do it to do it. And maybe that's something that the gentleman that spoke to us about this can check into. I personally, I remember growing up with my grandmother and my great-grandmother, and I never saw their whole body. It never affected me. I knew them as my grandmother, my mother, and everything else. I don't see it being equal or not equal. I mean, there's a word called respect also. Are we going to have men walking around with things in their pants because they see a woman topless? And you know what I mean. I think it's disrespectful. I think it's not good for children. You have to have respect. Where's respect? Do we have to change names from women to her or it or something? I don't know what this world is coming to, but I'm not very happy with all the things that whoever is trying to change words, policewoman, policeman. You know, it's ridiculous. I don't know where the commission is coming from, and I'm embarrassed if you do that. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people leaving the area because of it also. And for that, you're going to lose people that want to work here and people that are so embarrassed they're not even going to be in Alachua County. definitely not living in Gainesville, Florida. So I am against it. I think we don't need that. Let's do other things that are important to the people that live in Gainesville, like fix our roads and lower our GRU bills. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jolene. Our next speaker is Armando Grundy Gomez. Armando, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. To answer Ms. Pafalo's question, it's only available in 6 states, actually, Ms. Pafalo, and most of them are red states. What I find interesting is that this is a move by white progressives, and it is strictly by white progressives and targeting from white progressives. And it's really rich in that you all want to talk about equity. When it came to protecting Black bodies, you didn't have this much energy for that. You didn't have this much energy for giving Black equity, but you want to objectify, overly sexualize women. And I find that really rich. And then for a commissioner's parent or mother to come on, that's interesting too, but everybody has the right to come on and talk. So she's a servant of the community and has the right to talk. But for a 10-year-old, tell that to one of my friends who has a daughter, who has daughters 11 and 12 years old, 12-year-old daughters. Some of you have daughters, and you're talking about 10-year-olds to be able to show their tops off. And you want to talk about that's not a problem. It's almost pedophiles that we're talking about. This is really rich. And I hear from white progressives, I'm like, well, it's going to be good to be making sure that we're going to have, gender neutrality. But when it comes to you all trying to fight racism, well, we try to fight against racism. You all try. And that's the key magic word, you try. But you all cherry pick who you care about in this community. So you care about white progressive issues, and Black people can kick rocks until it comes to wearing a t-shirt. So go ahead, white progressive. This is a white progressive issue. This isn't even Black people's issues. This is y'all's issue. So care about who you care about. We know who you care about, white progressives, because that's what you care about. And this is from mostly red states, like where Donald Trump was coming from, like Oklahoma and Utah. So they're draconian. You're right. Good job. Go down the draconian path for pedophilia. Good job, guys and ladies. Promote that patriarchy. Big ups. Good job. Wow. Great job.
Thank you, Armando. We're going to move to some live screening now. The caller with the last 4 digits ending in 1599. I'm expecting that your comment is with regard to making the Code of Ordinances gender neutral. If so, you have 3 minutes. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Nick, sir.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I understand equal opportunity in different areas. I solely support that. My issue is that the community has bigger things to fight against, such as equal pay for women. How about we look at that versus allowing someone to be able to feel comfortable taking their shirt off because a man can. I'm with the other speaker as well. It's respected. I'm not going to have my little daughter out there doing that. So to each his own. But I would say, how about we tackle the homelessness issue that we have around here in the city? There's a lot that I see. And being a former veteran, excuse me, there's a lot of them out there that they can use your assistance to get things done. I really just don't see the good or the strong fight in this matter right now. Like I said, we have bigger things to fight against. All I have.
Thank you, Nick. We do have another caller on the line with a line ending in 3463. If you're here to speak on making the Code of Ordinances gender neutral, please introduce yourself and go right ahead. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yep, this is your friend Maureen. I am calling to speak in support of the gender neutraling of our code and our whole society, in fact. And I realize this is a really sensitive issue, and it does seem to be dividing along racial lines, and I'm sorry for that. the way that I see it personally, as a white woman, is that this is the last bastion of blatant sexism. Since I was a kid, I have been jealous of people being able to ride their bikes, and mostly ride a bike without a shirt on. It is really difficult to square that in your mind as a young girl. And you know, when you accept that, then you accept, well, you know, this and that are unequal, and that's just how it is. You can tell I'm emotional about this. This is something that has been in my heart for a long time. I think that the forced covering of women is patriarchal. I think it's rooted in patriarchal values, which see women as property. And I know that a lot of people are worried about it getting abused. Topless women are running around, but you don't see topless men running around all the time. And when you do, I say, damn, I wish I could do that. So yeah, I just don't see it being abused and causing a big problem. I do see it allowing for some courageous women to go out there, women, and push the envelope and maybe open people's minds a little bit, because let's all realize that breasts are what make us men.
Maureen, did we lose you? Mr. Mayor, we may have lost Maureen. We lost the cell coverage.
No, hello?
Oh, no, okay, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Come on back, come on back. Go ahead, Maureen.
I was always here, I'm sorry. Okay, I don't know what all you heard, but did you hear anything of what I said?
We just missed the last 10 or 15 seconds.
Hello?
We just missed the last 10 seconds.
Oh, no. Okay, did you hear that I don't believe that it's going to be abused?
No.
Did you hear that part?
No.
Okay, I don't believe it's going to be abused. You don't see men running around without shirts everywhere all the time, and when they do, it's not a big deal. And I personally am very jealous of them when it's hot out. Doesn't mean I would run around without a shirt on all the time, but I might if I'm biking. And I think that this is not going to cause some calamity in our society. What it's going to do is allow an opening for a few brave women to push the envelope and to open up people's minds and to let little girls know that it's okay for them to accept their bodies just like a man. And we have to start somewhere.
Maureen,
And also, breasts are what make us mammals.
Maureen, I think we're out of time.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say breasts are what feeds us. It makes us mammals. We should not have to cover them. Thank you. I love you.
Thank
all.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. We have another caller on the line. The caller ending in the numeral 7333. I'm assuming you are here to speak on the making of the Code of Ordinances gender neutral. Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Duncan. So as a man, I've had the privilege and the luxury to go around topless wherever I feel like it. And I think that as we try to dismantle systems of oppression, dismantling the patriarchy and the privilege that men have in their day-to-day life should be awarded to everyone. And that includes all of our communities, to just have the option or the right to do with their bodies what they feel comfortable doing in public. That doesn't mean everybody can walk around, in that way, but they should at least have the right to express themselves and feel comfortable in their own skin. So I am speaking in support of the gender neutral laws, and that's my piece. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Duncan. Mr. Mayor, that was the last of our speakers. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, callers, from calling in. I, first of all, don't think I've ever gotten an "I love you" from public comment. I gotta say, that kind of felt good. Coming up on Valentine's Day as well. So thank you for the caller. I'm not sure exactly who you were, but I will remember that. And thanks for sharing all of your thoughts and perspectives. So we're going to move back to discussion and deliberation from the commission. Again, there's, I think, two main areas we're talking about. One is removing gender-specific pronouns from all of our city codes, and then the other deals more specifically with the public nudity portion of the ordinance. And so with that, I will start with Commissioner Hayes-Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I don't think you can separate the issues because leaving in gendered language is not degendering our code. We have clear discrimination in our codes, and that does not fit with our inclusive city. I grew up with a single mom, and from her raising me, she made it clear that no matter what gender you are, you should be treated equally. This isn't just about men and women being treated equally, it's also about our transgender, gender fluid, and non-binary neighbors and how we treat them. If we want to degender our code, then we should do that. Leaving in gender portions of our code is not degendering it. I brought this forward because Gainesville neighbors came to me and wanted it to degender our laws, and it was important for them that the city treated all genders equally. At the end of the day, I just want our codes to be degendered and equal for everyone, no matter what gender you are. So if that means we change the law and we go regressive and say that everyone, including men, have to wear shirts, that's okay too. I just want to make sure that all of our codes are equal, and I think that's what matters most. I understand that some people are worried about what might happen, and I hear you. But in cities that have removed their ordinances, those worries have not come true. Cities around the country and the world have taught freedom. Cities like Asheville, North Carolina, Austin, Texas, Boulder, Colorado, Columbus, Ohio, Eugene, Oregon, Honolulu, Hawaii, Madison, Wisconsin, Portland, Oregon, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Washington, D.C., New York City since 1992, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and many other U.S. cities. And then internationally, Toronto, Vancouver, most of Canada, in Europe, Greece, Italy, Denmark, and other European countries. It's also legal in 6 states, Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, New Mexico, Kansas, and Oklahoma, because a federal court ruled that the law was unconstitutional under the Equal Protection Clause in the Constitution. You know where else it's legal? Right here in Alachua County in public areas. It's legal in Alachua County in public areas. There is no law against it except for in alcoholic establishments. And those worries have not come true and happened in the unincorporated areas of our county. But in Gainesville, you could go to jail and have a criminal record. Also, if we keep this law, it's quite likely that we will get a lawsuit over this law, and that'll come at a significant cost to the city because this is an unconstitutional law. It cost Fort Collins, Colorado, $322,000 fighting to keep their law, and they lost, and their law was ruled unconstitutional by a federal court. Let's be reasonable and not put a large financial burden on the city. I also have a real question about how our police officers would enforce this law against one of our neighbors who is a transgender man who is in transition, or someone who is gender fluid or non-binary. How are the police fairly supposed to enforce this law on them? Is a police officer supposed to be looking at different people and saying, oh, you look 51% female, so you're getting charged, or you look 49% female and you don't get charged? The law cannot be fairly enforced and does not fit with our inclusive values of our city of treating all genders, including our LGBTQ members, equally. And that's why we should remove it from our books. Let's do the right thing and truly degender our code. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I am disgusted by some of the comments that I have heard today and read online. I am disgusted because of the hate and flat out ignorance that I have witnessed. And I try to give people the benefit of the doubt sometimes, most of the time, but it has been reprehensible, willful hate and ignorance that I have witnessed. And even today, one of the comments said, if women go topless, they're going to be raped. I was wearing clothes when I was sexually assaulted. That wasn't why I was assaulted. So explain to me why that's what makes the difference. I am upset that we are unable to care as much about a minority of our population as we do for the majority. And I'm speaking out as a, frankly and personally, conservative Catholic, this would not impact me. I would not want to go topless, but I know individuals who are in transition, who have fully transitioned, who are gender fluid, who would want the freedom and peace of mind to do what they want to do with their bodies. And we have the potential to cure that. Furthermore, what we're asking, what the staff recommendation wasn't an outright change in the code. It was a chance to explore what the practical and legal ramifications would be. If anyone here today votes against just the recommendation to look at what the possibilities are, I don't know what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of this will sound repetitive. I wrote it before we got here today, but it continues to be true for me. At first blush, I thought this was a simple issue of changing he and she where it appears in our code to they or a combination of the three, and making similar changes throughout in a process as simple as a basic search and replace function. I quickly realized this is a deeply superficial reading of the item. In addition to creating welcoming, inclusive language, which I support, the item asks us to make a change to how we perceive and accept public nudity in our community. I've carefully consulted with neighbors, with legal minds, and with activists on multiple sides of this issue, because there aren't just two sides. And I've read the research provided our commission. For a variety of reasons, I've decided I cannot support that change. It may be correct that, as some have asserted, it's simply time for society to move forward and to change our thinking. But even if that's true, I don't believe it's incumbent on our city to lead that particular change. In regards to the other larger intent of making our code gender neutral, I am supportive, but have been reminded in my conversations that we must proceed with great care and intention so that we do not end up overturning existing legal protections and incentives or prohibiting further such work. This will not be a simple procedure, and I suggest that it will require intense staff attention, and that should begin not in the attorney's office, but rather in our Charter Office of Equity and Inclusion. From there, it will affect and should have the cooperation of each charter officer, eventually ending up with the city attorney. At regular intervals, it should come back to the City Commission for updates. We should think of this as a process rather than a single action. It requires more from us as an organization than carefully changing words in the code, and that's why it should include guidance and reflection from each charter officer. Spurred by this item and conversations with members of our community, I asked for specific recommendations for programs the city might consider that would have a direct and lasting impact on the status of women in Gainesville. Toward that end, I have asked our Policy Research Office to begin research on a package of items, and at our next commission meeting, we'll move to have that package placed on a general policy agenda for next quarter. The research I've asked for includes prohibition of housing discrimination against single women with children, programs to recruit and hire women at GPD and GFR, including training incentives, and programs to support individual development accounts, entrepreneurial microloans, and similar ideas for women. That's where I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Somebody referenced a Facebook post that I made, so I'm going to read that paragraph, and then I have some thoughts that I've written that I would like to share. So I said, so with all of the problems that women have right now, this is what we are putting our energy towards. How about we talk about sexual harassment in the workplace? How about we talk about the compassionate treatment of rape and sexual assault victims by law enforcement? How about we talk about women getting paid less than men for the same job? How about we talk about the childcare crisis and increased responsibilities women have because of the effects of COVID-19? How about we talk about child sex trafficking in our city? And I want to be very clear that I have no problem with the young people that brought this forward. I encourage everyone, no matter what, to become civically engaged. I appreciate your engagement. We get brought issues all the time, but it's up to us how we use staff resources and our time So my problem is not with the people that brought this forward. My problem is with Commissioner Hayes Sandoval, that just as we escaped a president that committed sexual assault, sexualized his own daughter, that to think that we have evolved enough as a nation to consider public nudity, it's actually beyond me, and I don't understand it. And because I didn't understand it, I had a lot of conversations this week. Some of them actually, you know, painful, that brought up some wounds for some people. So I'm really thankful that they wanted to have these conversations with me. But I have had conversations with people that have lived as both men and women. I've had conversations with my queer friends, and I have talked to cis women, the varying age and race. And I can say with complete confidence that after all these conversations that I've had this week, I'm positive that public nudity is not in the top 20 challenges that women are facing, and something that deserves our attention right now. And I'm thankful to Commissioner Ward for bringing forward your ideas. I'm fully supportive of those, because those are the issues that we should be focusing on. And this deeply offends me, and not for the obvious reasons that many folks are talking about. And someone had asked, you know, why this is kind of divided along racial lines. I'm going to tell you that this offends me as a woman and as a Black woman, because I'm hoping that my child will grow up in a world that she feels safe. But this policy is not based in reality of how women and girls feel safe, how we're protected, how support systems are not in place to support and protect us. And I think that some people feel, and you know, we think about our bodies, and you know, some people live in the reality that breasts are just breasts. But I live in the reality that modern gynecology was built upon the experiments of anesthetized bodies of Black women, that our breasts were used against our will to feed children that were not our own. And I live in the reality that people cage women that look like me and paid to see their anatomy. So this discussion has far-reaching implications, and different groups of women that experience different things when you bring up this kind of policy. So I would just urge us to be aware and cognizant of all of the issues and all of the women that we are talking about when we talk about policies like these. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Johnson, I just want to thank you so much for that. You spoke the absolute truth in that, and I thank you, and women of color, thank you for that comment and the passion and the delivery in which you brought forth today. Thank you so much. I totally agree with Commissioner Ward. You said it perfectly. I support what you said and the manner in which you said it. And I cannot even say anything further because Commissioner Johnson said it all. So I'm in support of Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Johnson on this issue. And again, Commissioner Johnson, thank you so much for that.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. You know, I said at the beginning of this that, you know, I, until very recently, had not put any thought into this particular issue, that the definition of public nudity, not degendering, that I've thought about for several years. And, you know, really that is a manifestation of my male privilege. I haven't had to think about it because I was never in any jeopardy if I chose to be outside, you know, mowing my lawn, riding my bike, you know, jumping in a local spring. I do think it's a conversation that deserves discussion. I would never presume to, you know, rank this somehow higher than the other significant issues that, you know, several of my colleagues have brought up. But that's, you know, not always how things come before us. And I applaud the neighbors that we have that see this as worthy of a public discussion. That's part of our role as elected officials, is to help enable those discussions when they have not been able to sort of reach a community-wide acceptance to just have the conversation, not to take action or change anything, but just have the conversation. I think there are some things we can agree on. I think we can agree that what is acceptable and not acceptable in our society has been defined by laws and ordinance passed by men that govern women. That there are many cultures representing hundreds of millions of humans around this planet that have very different standards. That somehow we have built into our laws over centuries standards that have devastating impacts. And I think Commissioner Johnson was putting a spotlight on this. Devastating impacts on our women in our society and on my daughters as I do my best to raise them. I mean, all of you that have girls know that, you are dealing with body image issues at a very, very young age. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to a parent when a 5 or 6 year old daughter is ashamed of her body. It's devastating. And again, I never had to think about that as a young boy. I was never made to feel that way. I don't know how we move forward. I don't have the answer to that. I can tell you that there's no motion that's going to move forward today, because we have 3 commissioners that are made very clear that they don't want to spend commission time on that portion of this change, and we're down 1 commissioner today. And so, regardless of where Commissioner Sacco or myself or Commissioner A. Santos are, I think we just need to be realistic about that. But what I've heard so far, I think deserves and can benefit from a public discussion, including all of the powerful and important points that Commissioner Johnson brought up. That is part of the discussion. That is part of the community knowledge and understanding that most people do not consider when they're considering how we improve equity, particularly gender equity, in our city. So this is not something that I think we just forget about and move past. I do think there's a lot to learn. I do think there are some significant legal precedents out there that we should consider. The standing from federal appellate court is that these types of restrictions are unconstitutional. It has not gone to the Supreme Court. Those are things that we should be aware of, and that I think we certainly deserve to hear from our attorney's office on their perspective and what they think might be in the future. So for today, I am confident there's unanimous support for moving forward with the portion of the recommendation, which would send this issue to our different charter officers to work through the Office of Equity Inclusion and start changing gender-specific references, that Mr. Folson sort of gave us some examples of. And then I think we need to wait till we have a full commission to see if there is an interest in helping all of us understand how this impacts particular neighbors in our community differently. And I just can tell you, I don't know the answer to that yet. That's wonderful that some of you have been able to talk to individuals, but I never try to govern off anecdote. I like to have I like to have access to that information that we all share, and that we know where it comes from and how it was gathered. In order so that we're all making decisions based on the same perspective and information. I'm just being kind of realistic about how we move forward. I think we absolutely are ready to move forward with the first portion of this, and we're clearly not going to move forward with the second portion of this. But that doesn't mean I don't think that this is not still an important discussion to have. And I will be the first to say that I need and want a lot more education about this issue. So with that, Commissioner Santos, are you interested in putting a motion out there?
Sure, I'll put a motion. I'd like to move that we request our charters to look through our codes and to come back with language to degender them, but not actually degender them, because we're still leaving one portion out. And then also, the second part of the motion would be to have staff look at the legal staff look at and our equity staff look at the public nudity portion.
Okay, is there a
pretty much the recommendation that's in the packet.
Okay, so is there a second to that? Seconded by Commissioner Saka, moved by Commissioner Santos. I will split those out. I know that I'm going to get the request too anyway. So we'll vote on both those separately. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes, I wanted to know what was Commissioner Ward's. Can you repeat your recommendation, please?
The part about, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
The part about the language? Okay. Let's see. This will not be a simple procedure, and I suggest that it will require intense staff attention that should not begin in the city attorney's office, but rather in our charter office of equity and inclusion. From there, it will affect and should have the cooperation of each charter officer, eventually winding up at the city attorney. At regular intervals, it should come back to the city commission for updates.
That is the motion. He referred it to start with the charters and then go through the city attorney's office. So he didn't say it in so many words, but that was the direction of the motion. Yeah, so he's saying yes as well. So
I'm comfortable with that. It's important to me that equity and inclusion look at this early on, because they're looking at it with a different eye than they're professionals at this. So they're looking at it with a different eye than I am, and then most of our charters are, because they're more likely to be able to see the downstream consequences of a change, but of any of the changes. That's the only recommendation for now. At the next regular commission meeting, when we are in regular commission, I'll move to move some things to general policy down the road.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thanks, Mayor. So that's a two-part motion. Which part of the motion includes Commissioner Ward's?
The first part. The first part is for everything but nudity to be referred to our charters through Office of Equity and Inclusion, and then to come back to us, via the city attorney's office periodically as they're ready for commission approval to the changes. The second part that we'll vote on is just the definition of public nudity portion.
Okay, so what Commissioner Ward is referring to does not include public nudity. It's strictly
Correct.
about the changing of the language.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll vote on that first part, everything other than public nudity first. And so, Madam Clerk, if you call a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons? Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Ariola absent. The second part will be forwarding an analysis of the public nudity portion to the city attorney's office. Again, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
No.
Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor, can I ask you a question? I just want to be specific on that section part. You're also saying not just the public nudity section, but you're also saying the sexual-oriented businesses section as well, chapter 30? Or are you just saying the public nudity section, which is chapter 17 only?
That will be up to the city attorney legal analysis. She'll analyze
Perfect.
anything that's related to that, if this passes. Okay, so I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, go ahead. Start over, please.
Commissioner Simmons?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Sacco?
Yes.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye. Oh, no, I'm sorry, no.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion fails with a 3-3 vote. It was Simmons, Johnson, and Ward in dissent. Okay, thank you all for the conversation. I am absolutely available to anybody who wants to continue talking about this issue. I think that I have a lot to learn, is what I'm going to say. And I'm continuing to be open to being educated, not just on this narrow issue, but overall how we can remove gender discrimination in our city practices. All right, thank you all for the conversation. Madam Clerk, can we have our next item, please?
Yes, our next item is 200737, City Lighting Policy.
Yeah, actually, I want to try to be respectful here. Mr. Blunt, are you here only for the guaranteed income item? Because if you are, we can take that up real quick and let you get out of here.
I'm certain on the item you.
I understand, that's what I'm
left
asking.
off.
Are you here for that item?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can we just go ahead and bring back up the guaranteed income item, and we'll take Mr. Blount's comment, and then we can move to a vote on that and just have that done. Mr. Shepherd, if you would take your conversation outside, please. Mr. Shepherd, could you take your conversation outside, please? Okay, Madam Clerk, so go ahead and read that back into the record, please, as our next item.
Absolutely. Our next item is 200736, Mayors for a Guaranteed Income.
Okay, Mr. Blount, welcome.
Yes. So the ideal model for universal basic income is very different from what happened here. It's perpetual, it's ongoing, it has mandated funding. This was very short term, very, very small sample, and donor funding. So I think that made it that much more important to get the maximum amount of data for it. If this is done again, I think what should have happened was if it's a single payment, split the payment in two and predicate the second half on returning the survey. So you get 100% or near 100% data return. Of course, you'd have to make sure that there's assistance available to complete the survey, multiple ways to submit it. You have to make sure that doesn't become an obstacle. But the information is that much more important. I think it's an idea with great merit, but it does need to have a top of the line funding source, and I don't think one city's budget can do it. It has to be at least on a state level. Federal, nationwide would have been the magic preference, but we're not near that today. But just more careful consideration of how to launch. If you do another pilot, or if you're going to do something called that guaranteed income. But again, guaranteed income would be perpetual and well-funded. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And this is a 24-month pilot, and we do have, so we're partnering with the University of Pennsylvania for all of the data collection research methodology, and they have been participating all along. So they will be huge assets in making sure that that we're able to overcome barriers in the data collection and helping share the narrative of the folks. And so those are all things that have been considered. And ultimately what we're trying to do is get enough diversity of pilot projects in enough cities across the country where we're able to reach a critical mass of data to then take to our federal elected officials and show them that this can work. There's huge demand for it, there's huge support for it, and that it helps them achieve their goals of poverty alleviation. So we'll help, Mr. Blatt, as this gets designed and built out, we're shooting for an October 1st launch date. We can share that information, and you can see more of the details as it sort of scales up. And I will be happy to include you in those conversations. So, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a commenter on this issue.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I thought we got them all before. Go ahead.
Nope, there's another one. Mr. Nathan Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, so good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to this proposed pilot program, again, it doesn't empower people. It's just going to, with the limited resources, create a dependency on temporary assistance. There's a scant lack of details associated with how this program is going to be implemented, funded. Talk about a grant, undoubtedly, you guys will somehow want to use taxpayer money for it in some way, form, or fashion. But just the financial data alone, assuming that you got a $500,000 grant, which you don't yet have, if you're moving forward at the speed of light on this, and you gave everyone $500 a month, you could give 100 people $500 a month for 10 months before you ran out of money. That's just going to create a temporary, a dependency on temporary assistance is going to evaporate when the money runs out. So, you can collect data, what have you, but those individuals that avail themselves of this, I think the city would be better created, or better served creating jobs. Whether we could, have some people pick up trash or what have you would like. But again, this seems, I call this a socialist project. However, it doesn't benefit the society as a whole. So you can't really say it's socialist because it's not applied across the board equally to everyone. Not everyone's getting a handout. But this seems to be one of these, initiatives of the mayor. Let's go see how woke we can be. I want to be less woke than the next city. I want to be less woke than Stockton that has its own financial challenges and I believe went through a bankruptcy previously. But, you question how we're spending our time, and I would point to this and the prior issue. I think Commissioner Johnson made a good point. Why don't we talk about this? Why don't we talk about that? Why don't we talk about all the violent shootings all the shootings and violent crime in Gainesville? Because it's not woke and it's not popular to talk about reality. So I just wanted to go on the record saying that, if you want to go forward with your pilot program, I hope that you get third-party funding. It's not taxpayer funded in any way, form, or fashion. But again, I want to emphasize the fact that despite, your assertions to the contrary, because I know you guys will try and twist my words after I'm done speaking like you always do, this doesn't empower anyone. It just creates a dependency on temporary financial assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We have one more caller, Mr. Armando Grando Gomez. Mr. Grando Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Adam, he already.
I just wanted to ask the mayor.
Yeah, Adam already spoke on this item.
That's right. I did speak.
Yeah, thanks.
All righty. That's the last of our callers, sir.
Okay, thank you. I know my mom feels empowered every month when she gets her Social Security check. So I think that emulating the most successful government program in the history of our country is not the worst idea to try here locally. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think we are now ready for a roll call vote.
Okay. Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Ariola absent. Now, let's please move on to our next item. Before?
Okay, our next and final item is the city lighting policy, item 200737.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners. I've asked the city manager, he so graciously allowed us to kind of go first on this item.
Mr. Folsom, can you actually pause for a sec? I think Commissioner
Yes.
Hayes Santos wants to get in here first. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an issue that I think it affects a lot of our city about pedestrian safety, but also crime. And I'm hoping that I think we have multiple presentations from multiple city departments as this covers a lot. So I'm looking forward to the conversation. Hopefully we can be taking significant action at the end of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Mr. Folsom.
All right, so I'm glad he spoke because I was just going to thank him. So I want to thank Commissioner Hayes Santos because this project started as a result of him asking us to look into this and do some research on it. So thank you, Commissioner Hayes Santos, for this project. So we have a fellow. I'm going to save some of my thank yous for later, but I want to go ahead and jump into it because our fellow is here with us, Miss Charlotte Kuhn, and she has class coming up. So I'm glad we were able to get to this now. So without further ado, I want to hand this over to Charlotte. Charlotte, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks, Araya. So hi, everyone. I'm Charlotte. I'm a policy research fellow here, and I'm going to be talking about pedestrian lighting in the city of Gainesville. We were asked to research this topic due to concerns that outdoor and street lighting in the downtown area was not sufficient to keep pedestrians safe. Next slide. Cool. Just to give everyone a brief overview of what we're going to be discussing today. First, we will be looking at some of the initiatives that previous commissions have implemented with regards to public street lighting before defining those terms in a bit more depth. Then we're going to move on to what the current regulations and realities are for the city of Gainesville. Then we're going to go through the advantages and disadvantages of increasing outdoor lighting more generally. Following that, we're going to look at what the cities of Orlando, Florida, Key West, Florida, and Sydney, Australia are doing with their lighting codes in comparison to what we have here in Gainesville. And after that, we're going to take a quick look at some risks and benefits of increased lighting and some recommended next steps if the commission would like to proceed with this topic. Pedestrian lighting has been a topic of action for past commissions. The focus of their efforts was largely concentrated on ensuring that lighting was both sufficient and environmentally friendly. In 2013, a 2-year pilot program to exchange the older sodium lights in certain areas of downtown with newer LED technology was conducted. The new LED lighting was much more energy efficient, and the purpose of the pilot was to evaluate the savings potential of LED streetlights in downtown Gainesville. 3 years later, in 2016, GRU and the Public Works Department partnered with UF to upgrade lighting around the university with the aim of reducing crime and increasing pedestrian safety. Lighting was upgraded along Sorority Row, along Northeast 8th Avenue, and in parts of the Duck Pond neighborhood. And then more recently, the city has allowed for restaurants to install temporary decorative lighting for outdoor dining implemented due to restrictions on indoor dining caused by the current pandemic. Before we move on to what Gainesville's current lighting codes cover, I would like to explain the difference between the two major types of lighting that interact with each other in Gainesville. So street lighting is what most of us think of when it comes to pedestrian lighting. This encompasses lights installed along major thoroughfares and is the most common type of lighting in downtown Gainesville. Street lighting falls under the responsibility of GRU and the Public Works Department. Outdoor or site lighting refers to all other lighting on public or private sites, and it can also interact with street lighting. This type of lighting is the responsibility of the Department of Sustainable Development, who makes sure that it's properly designed to protect and promote public health, safety, and welfare, promote safety and security in vehicular areas, and to protect properties, the environment, and the night sky from adverse lighting effects. Next slide, please. So this research has mainly focused on street lighting, although it is important to note that a transitional area of activity is common when moving between lighted areas. In some cases, this can result in insufficient lighting in some of those areas that do have high pedestrian traffic. It's also worth noting that some sidewalks are on private property and are therefore subject to different lighting ordinances. And I'd like to please welcome Lawrence Calderon from Sustainable Development Department, who's going to walk us through the relationship between street lighting and outdoor site lighting, and we'll discuss this transitional area in a bit more detail.
I think you can continue. I will cover a lot of that in the presentation that I'm going to make. This is Lawrence from Department of Sustainable Development.
Okay, cool. So we'll just we'll skip over that, and we'll talk some about the advantages of increased lighting. The biggest of these is going to be a positive impact on both the perceived and real increase in safety by the public, which can be achieved through the Crime Prevention through Environmental Design, or CPTED program. The focus of CPTED is on ensuring the safety of neighbors through proper environmental lighting and street design. This includes not only making sure that lighting is bright enough, but also that the environment is properly designed. Captain Jamie Kernick of GPD will be diving deeper into CPTED a little bit later and its implementation in Gainesville. An environment that is properly designed has a benefit of increasing the confidence of our neighbors by allowing them to feel safer when going out at night. Studies on the ability of universal increases in lighting to reduce crime have produced negligible results, with the only real changes in data coming from studies that increase lighting to extremely high levels in high crime areas. The real value of increased lighting comes in the perceptions of the public, who tend to make a connection between sufficient lighting and increased safety. This has the potential to benefit local businesses, especially those open later in the evening. Neighbors that might have previously felt unsafe walking through areas of downtown due to insufficient lighting might now be more inclined to take part in Gainesville's nightlife. This could have more positive social effects beyond just direct health and safety benefits, since citizens tend to view properly lit towns with a more favorable eye. Now that we have covered some of the advantages to increased lighting, there's also some disadvantages that should be considered. So glare and other ambient lighting. Lumens are designed to illuminate a specific focus, but some light can reach unintended targets in the form of spillover, backlight, reflection, and glow, all indirected illumination of adjacent properties. So all those equate to ambient lighting, which does have to be controlled. Increased lighting intensities, if not controlled, can result in greater instances of such illumination and potential negative impacts to surrounding properties. And the dark sky. This ambient light is specifically important in relation to the dark sky. The term dark sky refers to a set of policy suggestions and guidelines aimed at ensuring that lighting is area appropriate in terms of intensity, and the amount of light pollution affecting the environment is kept to a minimum. In this context, light pollution is any illumination that goes beyond the area that a specific light is meant to fall on. This excess light can have negative impacts on local wildlife populations. Keeping light pollution to a minimum is extremely important for Gainesville's local bat population. We are home to the Luby Bat Conservatory, which is the global leader in the care, husbandry, and medical management of native fruit bats. And the bat houses by Lake Alice on the UF campus are home to approximately 500,000 bats of 3 different species. These bats rely on dark skies, since an increase in light pollution can interrupt their feeding patterns, which in turn can result in a reduction of their population. The effects of increased lighting on human health are also important. Studies have shown that the increase in blue light put off by certain LED lights can affect the ability of the human brain to produce the proper chemicals needed to fall into a deep sleep. And this reduction in sleep quality and quantity has been linked to a wide variety of negative health problems. And we're now going to turn our focus to a few case studies and examine how each of them compares to Gainesville in their approach to lighting. So first up, we have the city of Orlando, Florida. Orlando's lighting ordinances have a similar focus as Gainesville's. Both have regulations intended to prevent or mitigate the negative effects of light pollution and to promote energy conservation. Orlando also does not have lighting classifications for different areas based on usage, as we'll see in some of the other cases. In contrast to Gainesville, Orlando's lighting regulations apply to all exterior lighting with only minor exceptions for single-family homes, duplexes, and areas of agricultural use. This has the effect of keeping lighting consistent throughout the city. Along this theme, anyone planning on installing lighting in areas that does not have an exception must submit and have approved an official lighting approval plan. The Orlando Planning Department is responsible for approving these plans, and these outdoor lighting plan applications must, at minimum, include a photometric plan showing the layout of all planned lighting for the site, a light fixture schedule showing all of the light specifications, and be signed off on by a licensed design professional. That design professional is only required to be a licensed professional, not necessarily an employee of the city. Next, we're going to head south to Key West, Florida. Like Gainesville, Key West has a robust downtown area with a lot of pedestrian traffic. Similar departments are also in charge of lighting, with the Key West Public Works Department maintaining lighting across the city and the publicly owned Keys Energy Services providing power and additional maintenance. Their lighting codes do not include a classification system for regulating what intensity of lighting is appropriate for which areas, and they also have to keep in mind the presence of wildlife such as sea turtles, which are especially susceptible to light pollution. In contrast to Gainesville, Key West places street lighting under the overarching exterior lighting regulations. Within these regulations, there are requirements for lights to be properly shielded to prevent light pollution, as well as specific requirements for the frequency and location of street lighting. The location and frequency of street lighting in the code is a minimum standard, and the city engineer and the commission do reserve the right to require additional lighting if there is a need for it. And lastly, we're going to look outside the US at Sydney, Australia. Sydney is one of the foremost cities internationally for their efforts to keep the impact of lighting on the environment as low as possible. They are similar in focus to Gainesville, with a heavy emphasis on potential environmental impacts of light pollution. Although unlike Gainesville and the other cities we've covered, Sydney has an extensive classification system for all exterior lighting. This classification system is aimed at identifying the appropriate intensity and color of public lighting for different areas of the city, and also guides the design, installation, and function of public lighting. The categories of lighting are streets and footways, which include the city center, local areas, heritage areas, and urban renewal areas. Pedestrian connections, which include underpasses or tunnels, pedestrian crossings and stairs, ramps, footbridges, parks, and plazas. Each of these general categories are further subdivided based on the context and amount of lighting needed for safety and proper use of the area by the general public. In addition to these regulations, Sydney also regulates the color of lighting and the height of light poles with the aim of reducing excess light pollution and incorporating design and elements that enhance the area that the lights are placed in. We touched on the advantages and disadvantages of increased lighting more specifically earlier, but it's worth noting some of the more practical risks and benefits of increased lighting in general. So these risks include the potential for increased light pollution, the monetary costs involved with upgrading lighting across the city, and the costs for installation of any additional lighting plus general maintenance. Benefits of increased lighting are the identification of high pedestrian traffic areas, the potential for increased pedestrian safety and visibility, the potential for a reduction in crime rates, and it may encourage more restaurants to implement outdoor or open air dining. Some recommendations for further research are as follows. So identifying the high pedestrian areas throughout the city to ensure that any lighting increases are properly targeted, and also the development of a pedestrian lighting plan for identifying those high pedestrian areas. So this is an overview of where we are in the process and what the next steps forward might look like. If the GPC wishes to proceed with the next step, it would be to move this project into phase 3, which is timeline development. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kuhn. I appreciate that. Mr. Feldman, I'm going to go over to you now. And I think you've got a couple folks for our next items or our next presentations in this item.
I do, Mayor, Commissioners. Let me turn it over to Lawrence Calderon from the Department of Sustainable Development. Lawrence has been working on pedestrian lighting for a long time, and he'll walk you through a presentation and give you some suggestions as to areas that we could work on to refine our pedestrian lighting ordinance. And after Lawrence, Captain Jamie Kernick, Acting Chief Inspector, will chime in as well, talking a little bit more about specifically the SEPTED concepts that help us try to have the right type of lighting in public areas, both sidewalks and in facilities. So Lawrence, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Well, Lee. My name is Lawrence. I'm with the Department of Sustainable Development, and I have worked with both of the presentations that you will see. Can you see my screen?
We can, thank you.
Good, yeah. So the city of Gainesville has periodically modified their ordinances over the years 2002 to 2012 and 2014. And mainly what we've done is responded to situations or incidences that occur throughout Gainesville. As you could see in that slide adjacent to the plaza here, one thing that I pointed to this slide to draw your attention to the fact that the sidewalk or the area between the actual street where vehicles are parked and the site itself, there is a controlled pedestrian area. And as you can see, there are lights which are scattered in this area, and they're appropriate lights, both in terms of frequency and in terms of scale. At the next revision we had, let me go back here. We had another petition, which was 1240, and that touched on the parking structures, lighting for parking structures, and it also touched on residential. And you will recall that we had an incident at the parking garage at one time. But here on the other side, you could see, as opposed to what happens near the plaza, this is the kind of street lighting that we have. You see the sidewalk is being proposed to be lit by those very high poles here, and you have the street trees kind of screening the light to a large extent. And this is highway lighting, which is intended to also protect, provide screening or safety for pedestrians. So you can already see the limitation between the difference between what we have at the plaza and what we have now in terms of the current lighting proposal for right-of-way. And then third, the last petition was recently, and it was text 122, and it approached lighting in a more comprehensive way. It kind of streamlined our lighting process. It dealt strictly into LED, and that's where we are now. And that ordinance has addressed a number of issues related to pedestrian lighting. And what you can see here is that these are the areas where the intent of the ordinance is to protect general public health, and you could see it. And one of the elements of it is SEPTED, which is really something that the GPD has pushed very, very strongly, and it has become part of our ordinance. So we do look at it when we look at pedestrian lighting. So this takes us to the realm of our lighting ordinance. Our lighting ordinance is specifically divided into two sections. You have the right-of-way section, as you can see between the red lines here, and this is the main travel aisle, and then the curb and the edge of curb. And you see you have the adjacent property line. And what we have is these private properties on either side of the road. And then what we deal with during development plan review, that's when we look at this lighting. But the roadway lighting is exempt from the development review, which is the main opportunity we have to review lighting when it comes to, private development and in its interaction with the adjacent street. So as you can see, what the lighting ordinance does, it tends to look at this property in terms of an entity or a bubble, and we limit the light that spills over to the adjacent property, into the street and onto the adjacent property. So you see 1 foot candle, 0.5 is for residential when you're adjacent, and on the street you have 5 foot candles. So the next way the way we actually implement pedestrian lighting in our ordinance is that we address it through building entrance lighting, security, and a number of other elements of a site. And it's covered here. For the building entrance site, we have 5 foot candles. 5 foot candles, a fairly high level of lighting, and we have a uniformity ratio of 6:1 and a maximum uniformity ratio of 10:1. What that uniformity ratio is, it ensures that when you have this average lighting within an area, that there are no dark spots or excessively bright spots throughout the vehicular use area or throughout the site. And so we have these two, the uniformity ratio, the average over the minimum, and the maximum uniformity ratio, the maximum over the minimum, to ensure that we do not have this. We look at lighting at stairways, we look at, which is 10, fairly high, ramps within a driveway or in a parking structure. We look at the main walkways around dumpsters, 1 foot candle, site accessory structures, pedestrian entrances, and the overall vehicular area, which is 2.5 foot candles. So a foot candle really is the light, you have a light source and you have a light focus or an object. And the amount of light that is coming from that source is not what reaches the focus. So the amount of light that reaches the focus of 1 square foot with 1 lumen of light is classified as a foot candle. And so what I thought we should do is look at lumens in terms of what might be typical. So this type of walkway, you see 2 to 10. And if you look at this, you could see that the light in the middle, trees providing a lot of shade. So you have a variation in the lighting from this side to this side, which creates the complexity when you're dealing with lighting. And then you look at the auto dealership, you see it's a higher light frequency, 10 to 25 foot candles. At the airport, you see it's brighter in a gym. So that's to give you a general idea what the variation in foot candles would be as you move across from one side to another. This is a site.
Mr. Calderon, could you please pause for a question, Commissioner Simmons?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Lawrence. Can you go back to, I think it was like 3 slides where you had the right of way? That slide right there? No.
This one?
Yes. So I have several questions. So typically when a development comes, they have to submit a light plan. At what point does every development have to submit a lighting plan, or is a criteria to submit a light plan?
Generally, all developments have to submit a light plan if they're operating at night. If they're not operating at night, we require what's called a security lighting area, which is about 0.5 foot candles. And that goes back to SEPTED, because the police department, in working with us, determined that even if a business is operating at night or not, sometimes you have crime incidents in progress. And if you have dark areas, they're not able to see it. But with that security lighting, they're able to see various areas.
So whose responsibility is it if a development or some type of business is they have a business and a functioning, great operating business, but it's in a older part of town where the street lights are just old, and they just happen to maybe refurbish that area, and the lights are maybe on the right of way. So I guess my question is, when they submit a plan, are they responsible for the lighting, or and do they have to have it up to the current standards? If it's an old lighting system, if it's old equipment currently in place, do they have to bring it up to the current code, or just walk me through that if you can?
Ms. Simmons, Commissioner Simmons, I will do that, and that's an excellent question at the right time for it. So what we have here is we identify these sites, as you see here, and then we have the adjacent lighting. So what happens in the adjacent lighting area is that our focus is primarily on the property which is on the review, and it's shown in red here. On the other hand, you have the roadway lighting, and that roadway lighting is exempt from this type of lighting. However, this lighting on the roadway is regulated and controlled by between GRU and Public Works. So they follow the Blue Book standards for lighting in that area. So on a site, if it comes in and they have to change lights, then we require them to bring the lighting up to standard. If they're moving one bulb, we work through with them individually to make sure that they're not putting, say, high pressure sodium, but we try to direct them to using LED, which is a better lighting system. So we have a scale of review processes which require just you go to the building division and apply for an electrical lighting permit, or you go through a photometric plan during development plan review. And then a lot of those developments are what we call non-conforming. That means they do not comply with the current code. But if they're making changes, like I work with GRU frequently because they have a lighting program. And as those lighting gets changed, they contact us and we work with them and the applicant in trying to get the lighting upgraded to the current standard. We are very, very aware of the cost and complication involved, and we try to make sure that we do not put a lot of burden on these developments in terms of their street lighting, in terms of their site lighting. So does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, it does. So it's safe to say at any given time, you will have inadequate lighting on the roadway exempt area compared to the new development. So I guess how would that feed off one another? If you have a area that a developer comes in and develops, and you require them to put the new upgraded light and then be up to code, but still yet it's adjacent to a poor lighting area, and I guess GRU or whomever haven't gotten to the place where they can update their system, there's a gray area. And so I guess I just want to be clear that because of that gray area, and when I'm talking about gray area, it could also mean safety spots in adjacent to a business, and that's possible.
Actually, you hit the crux of this whole lighting issue, and I hope by the time I'm finished with that, you will see what we're trying to draw to your attention. And that is that difference between street lighting and site lighting. And we both the police department and Zariah in his review, we understand that this is something that we really have to address. So I will just proceed and say that how we address pedestrian lighting on sites would be, we address it at the points where automobiles enter into the site, like here, here, and here. We address it in terms of the building entrance in these areas, and they have to have 5-foot candles at those entrance areas. So the applicant has a photometric plan that shows that they're meeting that 5-foot requirement in these areas. We address the pedestrian walkway and we make sure that they meet the lighting for these pedestrian walkways. It's 1.0 foot candle. And the reason it's that low, it's because when you combine the building lighting of 5 foot and the parking lot lighting of 2.5 foot candles, then 1 foot candle is adequate for a pedestrian walkway area. We also look at dumpster areas, the lighting around dumpster areas, and the code is specifically concerned about those areas. And during development review, we look for those areas. So there comes the area that you're talking about. It's the area between the face of the building and the back of the curb. And what you identify and what you see is that this area is where you have the highest level of pedestrian activity moving up and down along the sidewalk, cafes in front of the buildings, and then the landscaping area on the edge of the building. And that's an area, that area of high pedestrian activity we call the transitional area between here. And the reason is because on this side to the left is regulated by Public Works, GRU, DOT, whoever owns the road. And on this side of the road, it's regulated by the site lighting. But we look at this area as a whole. And on the site lighting, we do not have the authority to, during development review, to make improvements here. And during this review, this property is not subject to review. So there is a difficulty in bringing this property up to compliance. So what we are seeing is that area of pedestrian activity, which concerns us a lot. So what we have is the current outdoor lighting. We'll look at it in that way, and you see the adjacent property, you see the sidewalk, the landscape zone, and the public realm area. And what you have is this yellow transitional area, which is partly a no man's land area where the highest activity, pedestrian activity, bicycle, scooter, all these mode of transportation occurs. So we look at the regulations for roadway lighting, which is the Blue Book. And the Blue Book, let's look at what the Blue Book says about pedestrian lighting. First, the emphasis is on, it addresses the fact that there are pedestrians in the highway, but the main purpose is for the roadway lighting. So you can see here, lighting of mid-block pedestrian crossing should be about 2.4 candles, and the average illuminance should be at night. And the focus here, rights of way with pedestrian sidewalk on a bike adjacent to the roadway should first address lighting requirements for the roadway to assure it is continuously illuminated. Additional light for a sidewalk or shared path, if it is substantially set back from the roadway at the discretion of the responsible agents. And pedestrian sidewalks, bikeways should not be illuminated in lieu of lighting for the adjacent road. So while the Highway Blue Book, the various ordinances that address roadway lighting, the focus is not really on that core pedestrian area. They address it and they know it's there, and at some point it is addressed. And the reason is because it is an enormous amount of capital investment to look at each section of this roadway to that scale and level. But it comes to the point where it works in some areas, but in other areas, like the high activity areas within the downtown area, what we're seeing is that there is a need for us to focus on differentiating those geographical areas and designing specific lighting requirements for pedestrians in that area. And we have not even touched on mid-block crossing and intersection crossing. And there is a whole new gamut of information for these areas. And as you can see here in the Blue Book manual, the ranges of lighting suggested for pedestrian and sidewalk, it's about 2, and it ranges from 0.3 and varies. And our ordinance, as you can see in there, I told you it was 1-foot candle, which is a lot more than that. The problem is that we do not have the ability to regulate the sidewalks when they are within the public right-of-way. So here are some examples of what we're talking about. So this is 13th Street, we all recognize it, and you see the type of lighting that occurs there. Long distance separation, very high lighting, and the intent is hanging over the roadway. So the pedestrians that's going along this side, you have the trees and you have very little lighting occurring on this side, and the same thing occurs on this side. You can see here, this is the type of lighting that we see on highway areas. It's not the most effective for pedestrian circulation. There again, you could see right across the university, you could see the separation between these lights from here to here, and you could see the pedestrian area on this side. And this slide shows you the problem that we have with high lighting and poor lighting in the area. These 4 situations, 1, 2, 3, 4, each one has a person standing right below the light. And you can clearly see this one, you can clearly see this one, but you cannot or barely see that person right here, and there's another person right here. And that's because the area is lit, but it's not properly lit, and there are a number of interferences with it. This actually shows the night sky effect. You can see that in a typical urban area, you can see the starry area there, vaguely see it. But when you have controlled lighting, which is 2 of the same sites, you could see how the night sky takes effect in these areas. So kind of winding down, we have the right-of-way, we have the driveway area, the bicycle path within there, the landscape, sidewalk, and the public zone, and then we have the private property. And what the light poles are scattered in different areas. Sometimes it's here, sometimes it's here, sometimes it's over there. And that does not cater well for that high activity pedestrian area, because those lights are also very high. We have attempted to address this in our land development code, the relationship of adjacent property to the street. And we have an excellent or a very good working model for how we deal with this area. So between this, we have the building frontage, sidewalk, and landscape. And during development plan review, you are required to address this. If it's a development, they are required to pay for the sidewalk that's going to be in here. If the sidewalk, if the roadway is not wide enough, then we require them to move the sidewalk onto private property and then grant the public an easement. So we have addressed this, and we know that it works in terms of this transect zone. It does not work universally. That means across the city, because the transect works well. Some areas, this situation would not work. But in the high activity areas, we see this is what is occurring. So we call it the transitional area, and this is the area. And what we are saying is that within this area, we need to focus a lot of attention on pedestrian activity and how it's lit in this area to ensure that we protect our pedestrians as they move along the street, across the street, and at intersections. So this is the typical light structure. All of this you see there are useless light. This is the only focus light, and it's focused on either an object or the roadway. So what happens is that when you have this situation, you can see with this type of lighting that the effective light is not hitting the pedestrian area. More what's happening there is that backlight area and glare area that's hitting the other side. And that's because attention on every roadway is not paid to that level of detail. What we are seeing is that if we need to address that, we need to begin to pay attention to these areas. And because of cost, we would have to identify certain crucial geographic areas where we need to address those areas. And another element is that if you move the light pole to this area, because it could be anywhere, here you see that the light is in the driveway aisle, glare to the adjacent property. This area is not properly lit, although these LED fixtures are so technologically advanced that we can adjust it to have more lighting in this area. But then again, because of the height of the light, you have a lot of differences and care needs to be taken to this. So what if you lower the light? So what you see is that now you have a more focused light. It's not impacting the adjacent right of way. We can address this to provide more lighting by tweaking those features, and the backlight and the glare and the uplight is addressed adequately. So with that, we have some final thoughts that we will leave with you, is to recognize the area, carefully study it, identify areas of high pedestrian activity, develop a coordinated system, regulating lighting in that transition area, and establish strong lighting policies, and most of all, to fund those projects. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you. No, you're very thorough. I appreciate that, Mr. Calderon. And I think we have next, perhaps Chief Kernick with the SEPTED portion of this.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor Poe, Mr. Feldman. Thank you for having me this afternoon. I just want to say thank you to Lawrence Calderon. He did an excellent job at describing some of the issues we have with the street lighting and the pole height in terms of the pedestrian scale lighting. Truly, he has been a pleasure to work with. We've been friends for quite some time, and lighting is a huge consideration for us. At this time, Deborah Holt's going to share the screen, but I wanted to give you just a little bit about crime prevention through environmental design, and to tell you why this is such an important part of the Gainesville Police Department. We have many people who are trained in this, and if we go to the very next slide, the things that we focus on when we look at properties, site development, even adjacent sidewalks, and many different things is how do we prevent crime from happening? And basically, SEPTED is about putting eyes on the property. So we talk about natural surveillance, meaning if we create an environment that is more welcoming and more inviting, then more people will traverse there and we will prevent more crimes from happening because individuals who are responsible for crimes don't like to be seen or heard. And the more people that we get to visit a site actually increases our ability to decrease crime in an area. We look at lighting, we look at how the building is positioned on the site, how much glass is used, entrances to buildings. We also talk about things like mechanical surveillance, which include cameras, security equipment, even staff that are meant for security on the property. We also talk about wayfinding, because if you think about the Walt Disney model about when you get to the park and where to go and how everything is labeled, it's very comfortable and easy to move in and throughout a property. And proper signage not only warns people to stay out of different areas, but it also guides them to the most traveled and the location that they want to get to. So there's less confusion. People have an ease when they come to it. We talk a lot about landscaping, and we'll evaluate the landscaping in and around an existing property, and kind of talk about what the plan is for taking care of that landscaping on a long-term basis. A lot of what we see throughout the city involving lighting and lighting not being effective has to do with people not trimming the trees and not being willing to develop a plan that they will follow over time in order to do that. We do SEPTED for businesses. We'll go to someone's home. I've done lighting in areas, lighting surveys along sidewalks along Southwest 2nd Avenue. But our goal is to be able to provide an environment that's very welcoming and that makes people want to come out and participate in activities, go to businesses, shop local, do all the things that we're asking them to do, which is get out and walk the sidewalks and be part of the city. On the next slide, I'm going to show just one example of a really great success story in our efforts with the CRA and Parks and Recreations. With the renovation of the Bo Diddley Plaza between 2014 and 2015, Sarah Vidolfin allowed me the opportunity to come in and offer some design suggestions for the plaza. It'll sound very strange. We talked about bathrooms. We talked about lighting. We talked about securing the green room and where everybody is, walking onto the stage. Small things about where cameras are positioned, signage. And we even worked with Public Works. Public Works was investing in LED lighting that was along Southeast First Street. All of these principles were put into effect over at the Bo Diddley Plaza. You can look at the little graph at the bottom of the slide, and it shows 600, 500 calls for service. And this is prior to the renovation and prior to the cameras being put in. And then you can see the numbers of calls for service that happened after. After our implementation of all of the things that happened, at this area, we reduced calls for service by 83%. Now, I don't know of another way to present it and to say there's a lot of other factors that, that tie into this. But truly, we lit it up. We made it very bright. We put cameras everywhere. We allowed people to know that the cameras were there. We have a park attendant who's on site quite often and directing more activities. And Parks and Recreation does the yoga and, the free concerts and has brought more activity to the park. So it's SEPTED with everybody else involved, and this is the kind of result you get. So we'll go to the next slide. So the lighting ordinance, and this goes to just site lighting ordinance. This is what I partnered with Lawrence Calderon on between 2014 and 2015. And my goal was to increase the amount of foot candles in areas more than other cities, more than in other locations, because I recognize the perception of the public. When you light something up, it looks safer. I can't guarantee that lighting is gonna make it safer, but the perception of it brings the public to these areas and makes you want to traverse to it. If I was to pose an example to you, would you walk down a dark alley or a well-lit alley? Everyone would probably answer the well-lit alley. They would feel more comfortable. What we did is we implemented SEPTED principles into the lighting ordinance in order to address several of these concepts, but it only affects the sites. So the buildings, the parking structures, and with the high rises that we were starting to see, we addressed the parking garages and the lighting and the fixtures in them to make sure that we were very cognizant of what was happening, within the structure to make it as bright as it could be, so that when people came, at night or even early mornings when it's still dark, they would feel comfortable to traverse in and among that actual parking structures. We made LED a preferred lighting option. The 4 pictures that Mr. Calderon showed you, where we had 2 lighting fixtures that were not fantastic and 2 that were very bright but were very high poles, the ones that you could see the individual, those are LED lights. And the difference between a person being able to tell you what an individual looked like who may have been responsible for a crime or not could be affected severely by the type of lighting that you use. So we've consistently recommended LED lighting. It is more energy efficient. It even produces a better lighting at a lower foot candle range. So it presents less of the light trespass issues at times. And it also helps with the dark sky movement in terms of not creating, light that emits above the light fixture. The lighting criteria, we did some mandations in some areas around dumpsters, scooter areas where we were seeing high crime rates. And it sounds very strange, but several of these have been implemented at several places and businesses throughout the city, and it has really affected crime and actually lowered rates. So I can't definitively say it's all lighting, but we noticed that when we have lots of lighting and the areas are very well lit, we're having less crime in those areas. The next slide, please. So I wanted to bring up very quickly a couple of common lighting issues that we have in the city of Gainesville. And the reason I wanted to bring it up is because somebody asked me, if you could do anything, what would you do? And what would a recommendation be? And my recommendation always is talking about maintenance plans of these awesome trees we have in the city. Now, the Department of Sustainable Development has worked very hard to balance the needs of the requirements of a building site and the lighting. The issue is we have beautiful 100-century-year oaks that if you park or plant them within 10 feet of a light, within 15 years, the light is completely encompassed in a tree. And that light, which most of them are actually on roadways in and around, a lot of areas in our neighborhoods. And after time, we kind of balance, right? We balance the want to be the tree city of the United States, and then the need of providing safety lighting. So these are a couple examples. Now, the example that you see where the light's totally encompassed, can barely see it. The second light, there's so many branches below that light that no light actually emits onto the roadway. So these are just a couple common examples of some issues that we commonly see when we go out and do evaluations. We'll go to the next slide. Some of the things that I would like to see in terms of enhancing SEPTED in lighting in the tree ordinance. Couple things that Lawrence mentioned, and we both talked about this at great length, because we care about lighting and we care about the city, is basically we don't have areas that are between the right-of-way and a property development that we're basically focusing on high pedestrian traffic. We have a lot of huge buildings that have come up, and you can use 1300 West as, in and around that area, that are 12 stories, that are 6 stories, that are 7 stories, and we're encouraging people to walk, but we don't have an area that's designated to say this is a high pedestrian area, and we need to establish a pedestrian scale lighting plan for the areas that we anticipate high pedestrian travel in. As we know, some of them are on state roads and on right-of-way, and we're having to navigate the legalities of that. But truly, we can think about how we identify those areas and really focus our attention on lighting that would be either a lighted bollard, a shorter pole, something that would not create glare for drivers. And there's many fixtures to be able to have that. But we need to focus on those very high traveled areas, downtown, in and around the businesses, when we talk about those businesses that do that. We need to establish a little bit higher of a foot candle allowed, and consider a little bit more of allowing light trespass from a private property, maybe onto the sidewalk, which would be part of the right of way. And I think that would help also address some of it. Pedestrian lighting isn't really addressed in the site lighting ordinance itself. With us putting buildings on the corners, in terms of where the buildings are coming almost all the way up to the sidewalk, considering the idea of putting more lighting that would be on that building or on the side of the building that would emanate onto the sidewalk in those new developments. Because we forget, as we're looking at the site developments for entrances and driving and parking lots, and we look at the lighting for that whole development, but we have to understand that now that that building's up against the sidewalk, unless we're going to put some pedestrian scale lighting, that building is going to need to be able to provide the lighting maybe onto the sidewalk and allow some light trespass. Establishing a more aggressive maintenance plan for trimming of trees and lighting around the city. We've been in discussions with Public Works about trimming around those lights, making sure, developing a plan where we're doing it every year. They do it every 3 years. But we need to step it up. We're recognizing that light is not reaching the ground because the lights are totally immersed in some trees throughout the city. Would be a huge commitment and a large financial commitment for the city to be able to do this. But in the long run, you think about everywhere where light is not emanating, it's creating dark spots. And considering we're investing in the lights to put them there for roadway safety and for the public safety issue, it may be considered something that could make a huge difference. And our urban forestry requirements conflict a little bit with the placement of lights. And the reason I say that is I've reviewed many plans and First Step throughout my career and offered suggestions. We are consistently having to negotiate where we put a tree and where we put a light. Because I will tell you, it is very difficult to put enough lights that are going to effectively light an area and put enough trees. And someone needs to make a decision whether the priority is the trees or the lighting, because it becomes a little bit of a push and pull. And we always compromise and make the best, situation out of what we're looking at on a site development. But at times it is a little bit conflicting. And we end up with many situations on private property where we've approved developments. 10 years later, the police department goes out and reviews that development, and every single light is in a tree. And they're not producing any light on a parking lot of a business or an older structure. So we always recommend that. And the next slide. So I could go on and on about SEPTED and talk to you about, many different projects that we worked on throughout the city, but I wanted to be very specific only about the lighting and only about the issues that we saw, because your time is valuable. But what I can tell you is enveloping us into the building code, enveloping us into the lighting code is instrumental in us making a difference on how we prevent crime just by the design of a building, just by the lighting of a building, by the direction that it's facing and putting eyes on that building, making it very visible and open and a walkable community. And we're a very strong partner of Public Works. We work with them all the time. And I want to thank Brian Singleton and Lawrence and Zariah, because Mr. Folston, we've all, we definitely all understand the limitations we have and want to move forward to make Gainesville a safer place.
All right, thank you, Chief Inspector. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Calderon. And I think Ms. Coons has gone to class, but we appreciate her presentation as well. So let's go back to the commission and start with Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank the policy research staff, Captain Koenig and Mr. Calderon. I think you did great jobs of explaining the issues that we have at hand. And this is very much in the weeds, but I think it's something that's very important that we have to change. The issues were brought up, and I think I agree with pretty much all the recommendations that were brought forward. Is we have these issues of, you drive by the new buildings, like on 13th Street and University Avenue, go down like the roads next to them, and they're dark. Just straight up dark. I think one of the ones on, 3rd Ave and 13th Street, drive by that night and it's dark. And these are areas where we expect to have people, and we need to address it, not just when a site is developed, but along these corridors and zoning areas that we believe, or not believe, we're saying this is an area that's going to have more density and this is an area that's going to have more traffic. And if we only did it during the site development, then we're going to have a bunch of holes along the way. So in the way that you create safety or perceive safety and more people being out there is being able to see all the way down and seeing consistent lighting and seeing that. So I do believe that we should change our lighting codes to reflect kind of the uses and the density zones. Downtown zoning, U8, U9, even on U5 in the University Heights area is dark, yet it's probably our most dense area in the city. It should have different lighting than the RSF1 areas and residential areas. And right now, that's not really the case. I think the light trespass is another thing that causes a lot of issues. We don't allow it to happen, and that's why we have these kind of very quick drop-off of the light that goes into right-of-ways. And then I think the vegetation policy is another major one that we need to look at. And right across from my house, I live on a roundabout, and there's a couple lights there, but they're all covered in trees. And I think that's something we need to look at changing the policy. But I think also when we're coming into this budget year of what would it take to actually have a real light vegetation policy. And then I think we need to go in there and add in the lights. No one else is going to do it, and we have to do it. These aren't new areas that are being developed. They're new roads getting put in other portions of the city. Yes, that's when the developer does it, but we're talking about redeveloped areas where it's our responsibility to deal with it. And I think we should put together a plan and figure out what is the budgetary cost to address the lighting and to make sure that we have safe areas. I have multiple friends who live on University and 6th Street and won't go outside at night by themselves, even though that's considered one of our more higher areas and stuff like that, just to go down to Karma Cream next door because it's so dark. So I hope that we can take those actions and move forward on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I just want to thank the policy research team as well. Lawrence, Captain Koenig, thank you all so much for bringing this. This is something I've been waiting for a while now. And to address the vegetation, the trees over the lights. When Captain Koenig was talking about we're doing maintenance every 3 years, is there something in the tree mitigation fund that maybe address this issue that we know of, or maybe this is something we can look into to address any of this as a possible resource?
Mr. Manager, do you know if that's allowable use of the tree mitigation fund?
I'm not sure if it is, but you don't have that much money in the tree mitigation fund to make a difference there. If you're looking at increasing the maintenance of the under branches from the lighting, it's going to be a general fund increment that we're going to have to look at.
Yeah, I was just Mr. Mayor, I can add, I think if you recall, we brought some changes.
Andrew, let everyone know who you are.
Sorry, Andrew Persons, Interim Director, Sustainable Development. We brought, if you recall, a couple of years ago, we brought some changes to the tree mitigation fund, the usage of the fund, and the commission at the time decided not to move forward with allowing the fund to be used for this type of like tree maintenance, like routine tree maintenance. So the manager is correct. It's not an available funding source for that kind of work.
Okay. Well, I agree that we have to do something, and we have to be aggressive with this. Also, when Commissioner Hayes Santos was talking about the newer development and the lights adjacent to those developments that are just not being bright enough and it's dark, you have that constantly throughout our older neighborhoods, period. Where our more mature neighborhoods that's been around forever, and I give you an example, in Porter's alone, if I'm not mistaken, it was over 100 lights out. They actually came out and did a study. This was maybe less than a year ago. And every street was dark. When night came, every corner was dark, every street was not well lit, and that's not the only neighborhood that was impacted and being affected by not having good street lighting. We also have to look at, again, I've talked with Captain Koenig and been with her and GPD going out into the communities. And we went over to one of our established neighborhoods where the community we're talking about this exact same issue. And if I'm not mistaken, Captain Koenig and Public Works went back out and did a lighting study, and yet again, it was the same situation. And it's throughout the whole city. And we have our residents asking, we just want decent lighting. We want to be able to feel safe in our communities. So how do we come up with a plan, a coordinated plan to go out into our communities and start working and making sure that our residents are safe? I think we need to, Captain Koenig, you were talking about going and being involved in First Step, and some of the issues that you're seeing is that the light and the tree. Do we plant a light? Do we put the tree? Not plant a light. Do we plant a tree and put the light in this area? And you guys are constantly having like a tug of war. So what is your recommendation based on what you've telling us? Do you recommend that what exactly are you recommending?
So my recommendation, honestly, Commissioner, is really to get some direction, and the direction should come from you guys to tell us what takes priority, because the way the code is written for the urban forestry within the city, they mandate that there are so many heritage trees that are planted on a property. And when we put a building right up to the right of way or very close, right, like the standard, like the development that Commissioner Hayes Santos said at 300 Northwest 13th Street, there's very little room between, you're putting it in a sidewalk, right? There's not much room within it. And in order to meet the code, you have to make a balance. Like we're saying, okay, well, I want a heritage tree, a live oak here. Well, within 10 feet, you're putting a light fixture because that's the only space you have. And we all know that live oak in 10 years is going to be big. And as it grows, it gets bigger. And we're setting ourselves up for a maintenance problem. Now, if the property or the area is very proactive with it, that's one thing. But I will tell you, across the city, even new developments from when I first started here 20 years ago that we would consider new, many of their lights are encompassed in trees now. And to talk about the maintenance plan, we had conversations with Brian Singleton. I know he's on the call, and I can refer it to him about the tree maintenance throughout the city, and what his thoughts are moving forward, because it's reactive a lot of times. We send that stuff to them and ask for lights to be, that are on our right of ways to be trimmed out of trees. And it would be a definite commitment and investment moving forward.
Do you feel like there's one particular area in town, in the city, that is more impacted than others? Do you see yourself going to a situation throughout town and you say to yourself, gee whiz, if only the lighting was better, the less crime would occur? I mean, give me specifics. Where's the most need, in your opinion?
Commissioner, I think the most need is the older developments, like you say. It is throughout the city. We see it across the city. It's not one quadrant or another, or one specific area. But if we're talking about pedestrian scale lighting, it's all the areas that we know that are highly traversed. Southwest 2nd Avenue, around Innovation Square is much better because they put in LED lighting. But if you go just to the east or to the west of it, the lighting is very poor for pedestrian travel. And we know over the years that students, that's how they travel back and forth to campus, to the residence halls from downtown or, those areas. So, across all the neighborhoods, it's pretty systematic, and you'd be surprised. People that have the large heritage oaks that are in there that are so pretty, and we want to keep the city very pretty with trees, but there can be a balance. We can trim them more aggressively. We can make sure that 30 feet around a light pole, there's no trees. We can do that.
Time out. So I need to jump in here a little bit as the city manager. There is a balance that needs to be had. We have urban foresters that are up to speed on some of this. We can't just go ahead at this point without hearing from some of the subject matter experts on trees as to whether we should just do blanket, cuttings or, the 30-foot rule, because that may not be applicable in every situation. There's ideal, and I've seen enough to know that there's a balance between right lighting for public safety purposes, for traffic purposes, for pedestrian purposes, preservation of tree canopies, and preservation of dark sky. And so it is a very difficult balance to achieve. In my limited time here, I will tell you, we are all throughout the city, we are known for our tree canopy, and we need to recognize that there's a balance. So if you would like, we can come back with a further presentation that includes the urban foresters to sort of talk a little bit more about how that balance can be achieved. I will work with Public Works on developing an increment to the budget for more tree trimming on there, but recognize it is not going to be cheap to do, and you have a very aggressive agenda of other things that you have asked us to look at funding already for fiscal year 22 and 23. So that will come down to trying to balance all the different needs of the city as we go through the budget and the strategic planning process.
Well, for one, I would love to hear from the urban foresters, and I think too, take trees out of it, just looking at the light safety issue of it. As I can recall, within the Porters community, the lighting impact did not have any trees around it. It just was poorly lit. So if we just take away just the tree portion out of this conversation for 1 second, and we look at our older, more established neighborhoods, I want us to really be aggressive and coordinate a plan or a strategy or something for us to look at how we can lighten up our communities. As we talk about street lighting, I don't know if GRU was on the call. Seems like deja vu.
I'm here.
Hey Ed, thanks for joining us. And I don't know if you know this answer or not, or can help me with this, but we've been having this discussion a while now about our lighting, our LED lighting, and going into our neighborhoods and our communities. And I'm talking right now just on the safety issue, just this pure safety of the communities that are being impacted by dim lighting or not enough lighting. Ed, can you tell us where we are in those efforts with lighting in some of our communities? I know we've done 8th Avenue, we've done some work over in that area, but where are we for as other communities, other neighborhoods?
Well, I don't want to, it's interesting. GRU is the provider of the service. They put in the lights, but we don't decide where those lights get put in. I have Tom Brown on the call. He can talk about that a little bit, but that's more in Lee's bailiwick. We service those lights where they're to be determined, but we don't decide where they go. Unless, you want to say anything else, Tom?
Well, Commissioner, I think what you're asking, if I'm correct, is where are we in the transition from the old sodium lights to the new LED lights, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking. And
Yeah,
I don't know if that's appropriate for this conversation, but I'm assuming we're talking about lighting.
Commissioner, I can address that real quickly. Right now, we're about 72% complete with the LEDs on the city side lights, and we're projecting to be 100% by the end of April of this year. So we're basically going through that completion. We're 100% on the county lights, which we did earlier. We're pending some decisions on the city side before we started there. That's why they're second on there, but we should be 100% complete by the end of April. And I would also just like to take a minute to say we do have a street light hotline that the citizens can utilize, our neighbors, that if there's a street light out, if they turn it in, we will go out and readily address. We routinely patrol the main highways. We do not traverse all the secondary neighborhoods and streets looking for streetlights. We kind of rely on the general public to turn those into it, and we typically address them within 24 hours of them being turned in. So I think that would be helpful. And I do recall the incidents or the situation over at Porter. We had numerous lights that were out that we really weren't aware that were out, and I think we addressed them rather quickly.
And folks can also turn out street lights or any number of things actually, but through my GNV app or through the my GNV function on our city's website.
And I get that, and thank you, Tom, for addressing the issue. I think what I'm trying to get across is that this has been going on too long. Our mature neighborhoods have been consistently just not having the type of street light function that they should have. And so I'm talking today because this is a concern and it's a safety concern. And my point is, in how can we make a coordinated effort to put a plan or a strategy in place to address this issue in our more older, vulnerable neighborhoods. Captain Kernan has just did a wonderful presentation. She's out on the ground. She's out there in her staff, GPD. They go into these areas where it's dark. She has the experience from that standpoint. She's experienced enough to know that crime occurs in dark areas. And so I appreciate you, Captain Kernan, sharing your presentation with us and bringing this to the forefront. But what I'm trying to get across is at what point, because I just keep hearing we're working on it, we're almost complete, they can call a hotline, you can do this, we can do that, but we're not doing anything, in my opinion. So I need to know, I would like to know, can we have a coordinated, can we work together, Public Works, GPD, come up with a strategy, come up with a plan to identify these areas, these communities that need to be addressed? And that's what I'm asking. Do I need to make a recommendation? Do I need to tell people call a hotline? What do I need to do?
Well, I think we can hear from a couple more people and then try to give some direction forward for staff
And
on
let me
this.
just say this real quick.
Sure.
Commissioner Hayes Santos is right. All these little areas downtown and near these high density areas, they're dark, and we need to really address this. We cannot keep kicking this particular can down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really glad that we're having this discussion. I'm glad it's on the board today. There are so many different things to talk about when we get to this point. One of the things that strikes me the most is, and we ran into this last week at our Zero Waste Committee, talking about garbage cans and the multiple city departments that are responsible for them. In this case, we've got multiple city departments that are responsible for lighting, all working in a silo for the most part, not exclusively, but for the most part, working in silos over the years. We have to get we have to do two things simultaneously. That's really hard. We have to get a system working where Public Works and GRU and GPD and Sustainable Development and everybody with a stake in the game, GCRA, everybody who's doing lighting work needs to be talking to each other. And I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying that like it's an easy thing. It is not an easy thing. I get that. But it's important that we create that function. And it stems from the commission. I also understand that. We need to set an expectation and then set a policy or a series of policies with input from staff that addresses how much lighting we want, what kind of lighting we expect for different zoning areas. You know, we want something different at 13th and University and at Main and University than we want 2 blocks behind us in the duck pond. We want something, at some point it ceases to be about what we want as commissioners or as staff when we go into established neighborhoods and start changing the lighting, because every neighborhood, every block wants something different. And that's a real challenge. There are blocks where people want bright lights for many reasons, including safety, because they're more likely to be out and to talk and be social in some neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods want those lights out about 9 o'clock. And want everything good and dark so they can go to sleep. And it's really hard to know which is which until you put the bright lights up and then you find out in a hurry. So, and that's an expensive process to do it by, you know, let's turn the lights on and see what happens. It's hard to know, but we have to know. We've got to do that because it's all about quality of life. Whether it's our commercial nightlife areas, places where we want people to be out and walking, or places where people deserve quiet and dark. Safety has to be the number one concern consistently. But we are a tree city, and we got to balance that as well. Because once we cut the tree, it's going to be a while before it grows back. So we need input from the community, we need input from staff, and we need it relatively quickly so that we can get a plan and start working the plan. Because we can't fill in the cost side of this, the numbers, until we know what we expect. I don't know how we got to this point, honestly, without having that kind of very specific plan in place. But that's some advice we could pass on to future commissions is once we get a plan, and I believe we will, stay on top of it. Don't say, oh, we did that back in 21, we don't have to do it again, because at some point it will creep back up on you. We've got to balance not only how we feel about trees and safety, but also how we feel about dark skies. That's a concern for a lot of our neighbors as well. And I mean, heck, to some degree, it's a concern for me. I would love to be able to look up and see more stars. But I also want safety. So those trade-offs are real things and real conversations that we have to have. We're not going to get those decisions made today, but we can certainly ask for, well, we have a tremendous amount of information here on the presentations we've had today, but we need more. We need staff to help us kind of narrow us into a plan here. The other thing that's happening while we work on this big plan, this overarching thing, is we have lots of areas of town that are not safe, and it's not going to surprise, I hope it wouldn't surprise any of us, knowing that we have lighting issues, to pick up the paper tomorrow morning or to get an email tonight from the city manager that something horrible has happened because there was, a dark area that somebody took advantage of. And if you walk around downtown after a commission meeting, you can go a block away from where we are right now, heck, out in our parking lot, it's pretty dark. There are lots of empty spots that clearly need attention. But we have to give the direction for what kind of attention we want. What needs bright driving lighting, what needs people level lighting, and how bright should it be? Those are decisions we're going to have to make, and it frankly, it seems like a daunting task, but it's a thing we've got to do. So let's move in that direction. Thank you for letting me ramble, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues. My thinking is very much in line with what I've heard, and I think because we had multiple presentations, I think it's really illuminating what Commissioner Ward was mentioning, which is the need for all of these different interests to come together and begin to draft policy so that it doesn't have to come before commissions who may or may not have had these discussions after a number of months or a number of years. I remember when we first had our lighting discussions, we haven't even begun to mention the smart city lights, which was a priority of this commission once upon a time. So I'm happy to hear that we're getting on the way with the LEDs. That's a great move. What I would like for us to do is I'd like for us to give direction, and this is a motion, for staff to put together a policy task force internally to bring back right-of-way lighting recommendations that focus on lighting classifications for high pedestrian density zones and a spectrum going all the way to dark sky zones. including a cost-benefit analysis that includes tree maintenance, because ultimately that's going to be a cost consideration. There is a tangible weighing of the issues there. So that's a motion. And then I have a question.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ariola, seconded by Commissioner A. Santos. Good with your question.
My question is for the reports of down lighting. Is it possible for us to allow people to report dangerously dark areas? I don't imagine that would be a very good picture that comes through, but it could help us to crowdsource people's opinions on how safe they feel in a given area. And so if one of those spaces is, perhaps that will help inform us as to helping to light that area. Is that something that we can do? Add to the widget?
Well, I think you can put comments in there, so you can say there's light out and it's not just this one spot on the map, but it's the whole area. Then we could roll somebody out at night to look.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great thing for us to add, because it may not even be that there's a problem with a light fixture. It may be that there's not a light fixture, period. And so we need to consider putting one there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let me play my role as the wet blanket. I don't disagree that this is important. It's something actually the city's been working on for a while. I think you all will notice it does not fit into our top or high priorities for our strategic plan. It's not to say that it can't. All of you, I think, have been having conversations getting ready for our update of the strategic plan. But I think as Commissioner Ward said, it's all trade-offs. And if we want to spend more staff time and more budget on this, what do we want to take off that list that we've already sort of directed our staff to go forward and do? And so, now, look, we're very quickly getting into halfway through the fiscal year. So I think there is an opportunity to talk about what that would mean for next fiscal year. And how we might want to reshuffle or reprioritize those strategic priorities. One thought I had prior to the motion is we do have a police advisory council and a tree advisory board. And I think it could be helpful for us to make a referral to both of those boards, have them discuss it independently, and then have a joint meeting working with our staff, like Chief Inspector Koenig, like Mr. Calderon, and our city arborist and other folks, and bring us back a recommendation for that sort of balance that we're trying to strike between safety and preserving our heritage trees and our tree canopy. And that's just one part of it, I know. I mean, I think there's other areas, I think, where you started off, Commissioner A. Santos, is with, there are just public areas that are dark. And it's not because of a tree or anything else, just there's not lights there. And so, that gets into a budget issue and where do we want to spend infrastructure money? That sort of thing. If they're in CRA areas, is this something we want to ask the CRA to potentially fund? Those are some questions that need to be answered. So, I don't know if there's interest in that, in referring this issue to both of those boards and then asking them to meet jointly and hopefully come out with a joint recommendation to the full commission on how to address some of these things, or you just want staff to deal with it on their own right now. But we are going to have to figure out, what do we? I think there's a certain amount of the way our staff can get us there, but if we really want to fully invest in this new old initiative, we're going to have to ask our city manager to come back with some options of what do we sort of shuffle around in order to make that happen. So with that, I'll go back to the commission, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of priorities. I do think this falls into our vibrant downtown, one of our top priorities. I think that's one of our largest issues is lighting in our downtown area. I would like to ask two things to be added to the motion, and really getting into the budgetary increments, because I think that's one of the things we needed to consider for the coming year, both on what would be the budgetary kind of increments of an increased vegetation program, and then also for adding lights. What would kind of that cost look like, so that we can have those numbers coming up into the next fiscal year?
Okay, you okay with that?
Yeah, I'd like to. I thought it was implicit, but we can add a specific request for what would a budget increment look like for the next fiscal year, and then I actually would like to refer this to the boards that you mentioned in conjunction. I don't want. I'll let staff decide the order of operations for that, because then we'd have to schedule a joint meeting and all that sort of. It's drawn out.
Well, yeah, staff will have to prepare for those meetings. I mean, they'll have to put everything together to present to them, then get some decision. And the joint meetings between the two of them, not with us. They can meet together.
Okay.
And then present their joint recommendation back to the commission.
I'd be happy to add those items to the motion.
And we could invite their chairs to come to the meeting and present those things. Commissioner Simmons? Okay, so I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, the modifications were accepted by Commissioner Ariola to get a budget estimate on both a vegetation maintenance increment and an increased lighting in dark areas increment, as well as referring the issue of lighting safety to the Police Advisory Council and the Tree Advisory Board. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. And Commissioner Ariola, if you wouldn't mind adding this to as well, is having staff coordinate with, I don't know if GRU would fit into this, but have general manager and the city manager coordinate, looking into, with GPD, of course, being in the mix, looking into our neighborhoods and bringing us back information or data stats for our high crime areas that have been impacted by lighting or no lighting or less lighting, and what that analysis looked like and what a cost would be for us to prioritize going into those neighborhoods and addressing those lighting issues.
Okay. So just to be clear, so we want to look at high crime areas and look where there's an overlay with low lighting,
right?
And then bring those back. Okay, Is that fine with the maker of the motion?
Absolutely.
Okay. So with that, Madam, anybody in the chamber want to make any comments to the motion? Mr. Shepherd, come on down, and then Adam will go over to you.
I think what we could do to get the answer to this lighting policy is ask Ed Dabrowski's team to take and do a light format which shows the grid of what lights are being used in that area at what time of day. I know 3 years ago or 2 years ago, we had this brought to the city commission, but it just got overlooked, I guess, because this here will take and help answer the questions of what areas are using how much electricity, and can we implement along with the tree advisory board, along with the city commission, along with the public works, of all these entities, and how can they help the outlook of better in our city to the danger zones in which our police force have to deal with on a daily basis. I think we need to enhance our officers to take and cut down on the drug trade that is going on in our city. I live in Lamplighter Trailer Park, and I see it terribly high. Just about everybody in the park uses it. And I think that this is another aspect we need to look at that happens on every side of the city. How it's getting here is by the individuals transport it through different vehicles, and the vehicles have been on TV, but yet nobody stops them. they have pictures of these vehicles that are transporting the drugs into our cities. They have an outlook as far as electric bills of who's using more electricity than is needed. The electricity outside of my trailer is way too high. People are out there having parties, you know, throughout the whole night, repairing their cars in the parking lots. Is another thing needs to be get addressed, but doesn't. So these here items are, let's call them items or bullets, need to be answered in a measurable way so that we can take an, as Andrew Hayes has said, that so that we can take and get the whole picture and outlook of our view of what we want to do moving forward as far as our budget. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Adam, over to you. Adam, we cannot hear you. Oh, maybe now we can. Adam, can't hear you.
You just need to pull your mic down, Adam.
Thank you.
No
We do have
mic down
one
on.
speaker on the line. Mr. Nathan Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayors, Commissioner Nathan Scott. So I want to say that I agree with Commissioner Simmons. Once again, she's spot on, voice of reason. City Commission should prioritize public safety, but it doesn't. Commissioner Simmons, I would encourage you to have your constituents take pictures of the conditions that you spoke of and show those, present those to the mayor and the city commissioners, and it might help cut through all the excuses that are being made. City manager mentioned that this would be an unbudgeted increment in a city budget that's already loaded with all the other spending initiatives. Commissioners, you don't have unlimited taxpayer money. Public safety should be priority number one. But we heard Commissioner Ward acknowledge that the city has a lighting problem, has lighting issues. We heard Mayor Poe, who's been in office for over a decade, claim that this is not in the strategic plan. How many years have the both of you been in office and you're still making excuses instead of supporting Commissioner Simmons, who has a reasonable request? That's just the problem with city government. Your attentions are not on the right things. So on a positive note, though, I do want to appreciate the presentation from GPD. I think one of the successes has been what was formerly Lucky's and now Winn-Dixie. If you look at what they've done there with the enhanced lighting and cameras, that parking lot used to be a blight, and now it's actually inviting where people would want to go there. I'm kind of actually amazed. They cut down trees and put up lights and cameras. So I think that's something that should be considered. I'm kind of surprised that we have a whole city department that focuses on lighting. It seems like central planning, but it's a part of the development process, which is part of the reason why a lot of people are developing outside of the city limits. Sometimes these requirements are too stringent. I mean, I think that you need to have appropriate development requirements, but it seems like everything is turned into a research project. Also, on a note, I find it interesting that Commissioner Ariola joined us for this item and put forth this motion, but wasn't there to go on the record on the topless and degenerating ordinance. I thought that was very interesting that the commission deadlocked 3-3 because of the absence of the commissioner who represents my district. And then finally, I just want to add, Mayor Poe, you guys constantly like to distort my comments and words. And I want to note for the record that Social Security is a benefit that's earned and vested through working for the most part, and it's not temporary income. So again, I don't like it when you guys continue to virtue signal and speak over the top and twist my words, because clearly I made a valid point. And I'm sure that your parents that are getting Social Security checks earn that. And I also would like you to go on the record, Mayor Poe, about implementing, since GRU was brought up in this issue, you and the commission forcing time of use electric rates on GRU customers. I think that GRU customers have a right to know and understand what the commission's plans are for that, rather than you guys having pretext when you approved a $81 million capital investment that had a negative $10 million net present value. Terrible investment. Obviously, it was made for a pretext, as you stated in your cryptic speech at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
That's time. Thank you, sir. Mayor Poe, the floor is yours.
Okay, Madam Clerk, over to you for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Up next, we have member comment. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, I had the pleasure before I came here, which I was a few minutes late, attending a soil collection ceremony, and I think some other commissioners were doing it earlier as well. One of the comments before I came here, I got a question from the NAACP president if we could plan a ceremony here at City Hall next week, one day, to transfer from larger vessels into the jars that will eventually go to Birmingham, or to Montgomery, to Alabama. And I recommended on the fly that perhaps the best time might be right before our commission meeting next Thursday, because they wanted to try to get as many city commissioners as possible. So I'm just putting that out there for y'all. It doesn't sound like a decision we need to make. It just is a recommendation I made to them that I thought I would pass on to you all. So, thank you.
Sure. As long as you don't want the mayor there, then that's a great time. Commissioner Johnson?
So are there two ceremonies happening right now? Because I know there's one on February 20th. So there are two separate ones being planned in the community?
This is a very brief one. Honestly, I can't give you detail on it, but this is a new thing, a very brief thing that Ms. Fox could give you more detail on that I really can't. So.
Madam Clerk, can you reach out to Ms. Fox? I haven't been sent any information on this or invited to participate in anything. So if the clerk can reach out to the NAACP and ask them what their plans are, what their needs are, and then the clerk can coordinate to get as many elected officials as our schedules allow to participate in that. Okay, Ms. Gainey?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other member comment? Okay, our next meeting of the General Policy Committee will be February 25th. Our next City Commission meeting will be a week from today. And I would like to thank Officer D'Amico. I hope I'm saying that right. Yes? Okay, good. Thank you. And the fabulous Ms. Harris, both for keeping us safe and clean in our city chambers here. We very much appreciate you being here today and helping us out. And with that, we are adjourned. Commissioner Simmons, 4 minutes.